Okay, so we were chatting back here. Obviously, you're on location. I'm in the studio right now. We've got the meteorologist behind us. And we just got a mesoscale discussion. So I'm going to pull that up on my computer real quick as we wait for other people's questions and comments. So you guys, if you have a weather question, put it in the chat. That's what we're here to do right now, is to answer your weather questions. So let me get my computer set up real quick.
I think I might pivot myself to also be sitting at my desk.
Yeah, I figured I'd do
Potentially.
the radar. Okay, so the first thing that I want to show you guys, so I'm going to make this a little bit bigger here. I'm going to turn my camera around and I'm going to talk about the radar right now. So you can see on my computer screen, we've got Oklahoma right here. There's Oklahoma City, there's the river, and then if I zoom out, you can see a very clear view of Texas. On the western side of Texas, storms have already fired, however, nothing severe yet. Eastern New Mexico, nothing severe either. We do have a mesoscale risk or mesoscale discussion, which is what the National Weather Service or Storm Prediction Center, they issue this discussion right before they issue a severe thunderstorm watch. So here's your mesoscale discussion. But before I get into that, we do have a few questions. So let's get into our questions first.
Kendrick said, "Can I golf this weekend or will I be rained out?"
Well, you know, I don't know if OSU plays this weekend, but they're not worth watching anyway. I'd say go golfing. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I joke.
Kendrick's going to come around the corner and get on the live now.
You guys, we know Kendrick. That's what. This weekend, it's going to get rained out. It's going to be rainy all over Oklahoma. If you get a few hours of a break in the rain, it's going to be muddy. So wear the shoes that you don't care about that much.
Jeff said, which OSC were you talking about? We are talking about Oklahoma State, not Ohio State. We are located in Oklahoma, so we like to make Oklahoma State jokes just because Taylor and I both graduated from OU. We have nothing against Ohio State.
Although they may not be a fan of us because Baker planted the flag a few years ago. Okay, we won't get into it. Okay, so let's talk about this meso discussion here. So mesoscale discussion issued by the Storm Prediction Center, outlined here in red. So this includes Chickasha, Lawton, Vernon, Wichita Falls, and Stanford, Texas. You can see that the Storm Prediction Center, they've given us a little blurb here as well about what they think is going to happen or what they think that we should know. I'm going to be honest, Mikayla, did you read this? Because my first reaction here was, there's not a ton of information to pass along that we don't know already. So we can go through it. But what was your first reaction?
I honestly haven't read it. I think that, based off the watch probability only being at like 40%, it sounds like they're still kind of unsure. I think we're going to get storms today, but I think kind of what we've talked about all day long too is that they're going to be pretty isolated in nature. The ones that we're talking about, with the highest hail potential and the potential even to spin some. We've talked about even since yesterday, before we officially had a tornado risk highlighted for today, that, with some of these supercells, in nature, Taylor and I, we've talked about that they spin. So when you're talking about the potential for supercells, obviously hail is still the biggest thing that we're concerned with for today, but I do think it's still going to be pretty isolated in nature, which is why I think maybe they're a little hesitant right now to still officially do that watch. And it sounds like in the wording, maybe, they're still kind of looking at a few things. I was looking at some photographs earlier right before we jumped on. And there's lift, there's some potential there. Some of the photographs show enough cape to try to spin something or get, some type of hail, but I'm not overly impressed still at this point. So maybe that's why they only went 40%.
Yeah, I think that you're right about that, especially because they're so isolated in nature. We may have rain, but it may never turn into that, severe storm that some of the models are suggesting. So I think that's why they're keeping it low right now. We already see a few of these little green blips popping up, which basically means, the first few storms that we have to be, or first few ideas that storms may be there soon. that we have to be watching for. So we'll get into that here in just a few minutes, but I do want to kind of go through this mesoscale discussion first. So basically what the Storm Prediction Center is saying is that they're saying a few storms will develop late this afternoon. So we've got a few hours, maybe 1-2 hours before we really get going here. And a few of those will produce hail over 1 inch in size, so larger than the size of a quarter, and strong wind gusts as well. They go on to kind of talk about how much moisture is in the atmosphere. So I think that's really important to mention as well. We've talked about this a lot, is that there's a ton of moisture in the atmosphere right now. That's going to lead to a flood risk after these storms are gone. And then they go on to talk about the risk later on this evening as well. So we're talking about the risk right now, but this low pressure system is going to spin up another round of storms later on tonight, another round as we head into the overnight hours. It's not just going to be a one and done deal. So they mentioned that as well, which I think is really important to talk about. Another interesting thing that I saw from this discussion here is that they said most probable peak hail size is ping pong ball size hail to tennis ball size hail. So they're saying there's a potential there. While it may be low, there's a potential for that really large hail today.
And we kind of already talked about that too, earlier on in our forecast. The original thinking from the National Weather Service, they were kind of highlighting maybe ping pong to up to golf ball size. Taylor and I already discussed this morning, and we even upped our hail size to 2-inch size hail, which would be roughly like a hen egg, lime size. So obviously tennis ball is still going to be bigger than that. But again, we're talking about very isolated probabilities with that. If one storm is in the perfect environment at the perfect time that it really just is allowed to take off, that's going to be the one that's going to be the hailer that you are going to have that, higher hail potential. But is every single storm today going to do that? Absolutely not. Most of them, in fact, probably won't be doing that, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't be paying attention, because if you do end up in, that perfect case, perfect situation, then you do want to make sure that you're making those plans. And a lot of these storms too, kind of what Taylor mentioned, you're starting to see that green on the radar too, but the area that's kind of highlighted is where storms will start to develop in the next few hours. But that timing is still looking closer to sunset between like 5 and 6-ish. So at that point, you're talking about, the sun's getting ready to set, and as it's moving more towards some populated areas, depending on how far west these storms initially fire up, once it's getting to like Wichita Falls, Lawton, or even the Oklahoma City metro, this could be well after dark. And so you may want to move your car inside. That might be the best, plan of action for you. If you have any plans on your Thursday, maybe think about, moving them home. Just rather be safe than sorry.
Absolutely. Okay, so I want to flip it over to you, Mikayla. I know you were just talking about, some of those photographs, some of those potential things that could happen down the road that you were looking at. Do you want to share your screen and what you see from your computer, or I can even pull up some models from my side?
Yeah, I don't have the photographs pulled up anymore, but let's see if I can make myself large. I'm still trying to figure out how to work this. Maybe you have to do it.
I may have to do it. You guys, TikTok Live. I mean, you guys give us some likes and everything, because we are doing TikTok Live for the first time together. We do TikTok Lives all the time, but not together. So this is a fun thing for everyone to get to see today.
Okay, so I had the 19Z her up earlier, and I was just trying to get it, in front of these storms a little bit. So let's see if I can turn my camera around. Here we go. Okay, not the best at this, but we're trying, guys. We're really trying. Nope, it didn't stay. Okay. Do you see if it's like this now?
I do, yeah. That's
okay.
Great.
So this is kind of what I was looking at. This one at least is a little bit ahead of the storm, so it's marginally severe. You can kind of see there is some cape. That's this dotted line right here. That's going to be that energy that we have that's available. It's not a ton. This isn't like a plain storm that's in peak May. We're talking about fall severe weather season here. So the abilities ahead of these storms, is usually a little bit lower, but I'm clicking another sounding here. This one says, possible hazard marginal tour. There's not a ton of lift. So a lot of times we look at these photographs right here, and if they get a real good sickle shape, a good loop, that's going to really indicate that, there is a lot of lift. Unfortunately, it's not an amazing looking photograph, but there is, still some cape. So it would be weak if we had any kind of rotation for a supercell, for a tornado. And I'm kind of pulling some of these photographs a little bit closer to Oklahoma City just because I'm curious. The HUR has some of the larger hailers right now, at least on this newer model closer to like the Lawton, Wichita Falls area, which is also where they've been highlighted in the SPC. But I don't think the 20Z has really come in much. We can jump over and look and see how much. No, we are barely into the run on this one. So this is right around, let's see. This is showing initiation in western Oklahoma right around.
I see that southwest, like Altus area.
Yeah, so that's 5 o'clock that you're seeing some of these areas pop up.
And, looking at, what we see right now, it kind of matches up to what we're seeing right now, where we have just those first few views of little green on the radar. So we're not saying it's going to happen, but it's possible.
Yeah, so I'll go back to switching, showing myself. So again, kind of what we could see on, some of those models at least is that still timing location, we're not exactly sure where some of these storms, are going to be. Obviously, that's what's really crucial right now is once we do get a storm that officially forms, then at that point we can say, okay, we can track it, we can do these things. We can start to follow a path and have an idea. Until those storms form, they're going to be very isolated in nature, so we can pinpoint an area, highlight an area that is most likely to form one of these storms. But until we actually see one of these storms, it's going to kind of be, we're going to be in that watch position right now.
And that's what we're in right now, is we're in that get ready, get your information, get your plan in place. Make sure that you have enough time to put that car in the garage so you're not rushing during the storm, you're not out in the storm. We're not in take action mode yet. We're in prepared to take action mode. So we've got a great question on here. Bryn is asking, how much or will it hit Durant, Oklahoma? Durant, Oklahoma, you guys are outside of this mesoscale discussion, so nothing's going to hit you anytime soon. However, keep an eye on storms later on tonight, and keep an eye on how much rainfall falls tonight as well. So one of the biggest things that you're going to deal with in Durant, maybe some hail, maybe some high wind. It's going to be a low risk. But really what you're going to be watching for here is that rainfall rates are going to come in really, really fast tonight. Early tomorrow morning, you could see some flooding on the roadways, and that rain's going to continue on and off all day tomorrow. So you're going to continue to see that flood risk in Durant, Oklahoma all day tomorrow as well. Where else are people watching from? You guys tell us where you're watching from this evening. Bryn says most of the weather apps are saying lots of rain will come in all day Friday. Absolutely. I think you guys are in a level 2.
They're in the level 2 for tomorrow. So we're talking about, I just put a video out on this too. So, if you decide to get off our TikTok live or once we're off, if you want to go back to HailTrace and see, I talked specifically about the flooding risk. We're obviously talking about tornadoes, hail, wind potential. That's a main focus that we have. Taylor's also showing you this right now. We can switch it around. There we go. Who's kind of highlighted in this yellow. So Durant, you're going to be right on that edge of being in that level 2 risk just because you're north of Dallas. But that extends all the way from Oklahoma City back to Tulsa as well. So that's kind of the big threat too that people maybe not as aware of is that, yes, talking about severe weather, we have this wind, we have this hail, we have these tornado threats. But the flash flooding potential is also going to be very significant. Starting today, we're dealing with flooding potential that goes into Friday. That's going to go into Saturday as well. This yellow for Friday extends all the way down into Austin, areas like Kerrville, Fredericksburg that already had flooding earlier. Those areas in the Texas Hill Country, too, they're very prone to flooding, need to be on a watch for this. Or even areas like, Norman, it's a little bit closer to us here, in Oklahoma. They flood very easily. It doesn't take that much rain to see street flooding. So you don't want your car to start to stall if in Durant, of specific streets, specific areas that typically, would start to see some flooding, flash flooding potential. Even if you get really heavy rainfall, I would avoid those areas. If you know certain creeks that rise very quickly, I would avoid those areas too, because it doesn't take much rain, especially if it's moving water, to move you. If you're a human and you're caught standing in moving water, it's about 6 inches. That's less than a ruler, less than a foot of moving water, and that can knock a full-grown adult down into those flood waters. For a car, it's right around a foot. And then if you have an SUV or a truck, it's right around 2 feet, 18 to 24 inches. So that's really another potential that we're kind of watching really closely, not only today, but Friday, Saturday, as we go through the weekend, because we're talking about so much rainfall, and flash flooding can be very deadly.
Absolutely. Yeah, great information there, Mikayla. We appreciate that. 2, 3, 4 inches of rain possible in some of these areas that are highlighted there in yellow, potentially more in some very isolated areas. So make sure that you are taking your severe weather risks. You guys know the drill here, right? Turn around, don't drown. When in doubt, take another route. I hope these silly sayings get stuck in your head so that you stay safe whenever we have all of this rain coming in. Well, while we're waiting for more questions to come in, I am going to surprise our meteorologists. So behind me here is our meteorologist room, and they're preparing for storms. They're going to map those storms later. And I'm going to come in and I'm going to ask them what they think is going to happen. So we've got our meteorologist mapping Met here. Steve, tell us, you've been looking at models. We see that behind you here.
Yep.
You've got models in front of you as well. I mean, actually on all 3 screens here.
All kinds of stuff going on here, so.
Tell me what you think, and I'm going to actually hand this mic over to you so that we can hear you a little bit more.
Yep.
What do you think is going to happen this evening?
Well, I heard you guys discussing out there what you figure was going to happen, and I'm pretty much in alignment with what you were all saying out there. I mean, Mikayla was talking about the HRRR, and I've been looking at that too. Here's a run of the Cape that comes up. You can see this is associated with instability, moisture, temperature. So we're getting into around the 6 o'clock hour here where it's kind of getting maximized. Let's pop on to the old reflectivity. I'm sure you showed them this already too, but 5 o'clock right now on this run, 22Z, we getting 6 and then storms start popping. So this is right down by Lawton at 6 p.m. And then we get into 7, and you got like a pretty solid core. Now, granted, this is just one model and one run of its, course, but those are the kind of cores we'd like to see, especially associated with large hail. I look at the radar or the satellite that's ongoing right now too, and you can see there's a lot of northward associated with that moisture that's advecting up from south to north. And then I heard you talking about the mesoscale discussion already too. If I had any thoughts on it too, I'd say a couple of isolated storms, probably at best. Most of them are going to produce around 1 inch, maybe a tick over. But if you get a core like that develops, you could probably get up to 2 inches in diameter out of one of them.
Yeah.
So it just depends on where they hit.
2 inches. Hey, yeah. That's what we said too.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, proud of us.
Yeah. So, solid course.
I think that's just a sign from the atmosphere. If 3 meteorologists are in agreement, it will happen.
I think it works.
Yeah.
All we need now is just kind of one of us to be out doing something,
Yeah,
so,
if one of us had big plans tonight, then we definitely have a big
absolutely.
storm.
Yeah. And for what's worth, we just got a warning out here too in New Mexico, so the energy is starting to really kick in.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so I mean, you talked about the now, but you've been looking at storm maps for years and years and years.
Yeah.
You're a very experienced storm chaser. Whenever you see setups like this in the past, what happens? What would you say, based on your experience, that you would expect to happen tonight?
Tonight? Oh, if I were storm chasing this event, I would go out and be hopeful, but I've got a feeling I would be disappointed. So, but again, I mean, storm chasing in general is a big question mark, isn't it? So, I mean, you could have the best setup in the world, everything looks perfect. And then there's one fly anyway, and it all goes downhill. With setups like this that are just kind of like marginal, what's it going to do? It doesn't look that impressive. I've seen these overperform. Yeah. So it goes both ways.
That slight risk doesn't mean a ton whenever you get just that one big supercell that does a lot. They said isolated, still verified, but it still could produce a lot of impacts afterwards.
Yeah,
so
it only takes one storm. That's
Absolutely.
it. It doesn't matter. The risk is there to kind of give you an idea of what to expect. But we've seen storms and general risks, like in the green or outside of the green, like where there's no risk at all. We've seen those take off, and they've done some significant damage. And I think we talked about this before in some merge haskell stuff.
We always say, don't trust a marginal risk because it will surprise you.
Yes, exactly. So today could be one of those days. I mean, you just gotta Pay attention, always.
We are. We have
Yes.
our eyes on it. Okay,
Yes.
Steve, I appreciate you.
Yep.
Thank you for being prepared.
You're welcome.
I mean, being prepared to map storms, but also to answer my crazy questions.
Love it. Thank you so much, Dylan.
Absolutely. Okay, so you guys, this is our mapping room, and then now we're going into the broadcast room. You can see our broadcast studio over here. We've got our graphics system right here. Usually we have radar up there, but I had moved it over to my laptop. This is where the producer sits whenever the producer gets ready for our live forecasts. And then we've got our lights and camera for our live forecast that we do every single day at noon. Well, Mikayla, I haven't seen any more questions come in. So I think that we've answered everything. Is there anything else that we want to talk about before we log off here?
I think just one thing to note is that right now we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now in New Mexico. It is going to be near Fort Sumner. So far, one severe storm to come out of this today. We kind of talked to earlier, if you watched the noon forecast, that New Mexico was going to have that risk first for the larger hail, and then it was going to transition more to the Texas Panhandle, southwestern Oklahoma. So right now, New Mexico's doing the thing. There's some storms in Albuquerque as well. Those aren't severe. Those storms in Albuquerque are not severe, but they have special weather statements. So that's kind of what the National Weather Service does to highlight an area before, if they decide to issue a severe thunderstorm warning. But currently there is one severe thunderstorm warning. Again, it's going to be just to the west of Fort Sumner. I'm trying to show you without my little light here, kind of catching the glare. It's moving to the northeast. It has radar indicated about an inch hail, so around quarter size hail. But that's the only one so far. A lot of the rain back near parts of Lubbock and stuff, so the Texas Panhandle, like Taylor's mentioned, has started. But then we're still looking right around that 5-6 o'clock hour, closer here to Oklahoma, for our storms to start initiating. And then at that point, we'll continue to watch those after dark as they get a little bit closer to maybe areas like the metro.
Yeah, and we can show you, I know that we've shown you all who've been watching so far, we've shown you timelines from what Steve showed you earlier, but I know not all of us can read UTC time, like the meteorologists can. So I'll go ahead and show you. Here's your time right here, 5:30. So in 1 hour, we're not watching for anything terribly severe at that point, maybe a few things going severe down by places like Lawton that Steve had highlighted earlier. But then things really start to ramp up as we head into our 6 o'clock hour. Here we are at 6:30, 7 o'clock, right along the highway there between Chickasha and Lawton. As we head into 8 o'clock, it looks like we've got storms just approaching I-35. And then by 9 o'clock, it looks like the storms are right on top of I-35, including Oklahoma City. Now, I know that you see a lot of reds and pinks here. Now, that will often mean that we'll get heavy rainfall. Sometimes it means large hail. Sometimes it means that tornado risk as well. I will tell you that I think the tornado risk will go down pretty significantly as we head into the overnight hours after sundown, after about 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight. These storms will continue, but this is what we were talking about earlier. While we have this first round of storms, look back to the west for that second round of storms. So as we head into the early morning hours, either redevelopment here in Oklahoma or these storms coming up our way could be a loud awakening for us through the early morning hours. So keep an eye on that. Maybe get to sleep. Appreciate your sleep tonight because you may be woken up by some strong thunderstorms later on tonight. And then we've got that flood risk tomorrow. So with that last little forecast, we're going to sign off of here. Thanks for joining us today, TikTok. We're also going to have this on our Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter pages. So if you want to go back and see anything that we talked about today, head over to those platforms. We're going to post this video here in just a few minutes. Thanks for joining us. I'm meteorologist Taylor Cox. And the bottom of your screen, you've got meteorologist Mikayla Smith with HailTrace, and we'll see you back here probably in a few hours. If anything significant forms, we'll keep you up.
I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Let me fix my computer.
All righty, how about now? Can you guys hear me out there in the void? We are tracking storms tonight, and I am meteorologist Taylor Cox, joined with meteorologist Mikayla Smith. Mikayla, we are tracking storms across Oklahoma and Texas right now. A few storms coming into the northern side of DFW, which you can see on your screen right here. One severe thunderstorm warning down in southwest Oklahoma. Two coming up from the state line in New Mexico and Texas, maybe just going to skim the southern side of Lubbock here pretty soon. So we've got lots of questions that we can answer on the side of the screen here. We're going to talk about Lubbock, Oklahoma, Dallas, Edmond, and Shawnee. Those are places that we've gotten questions from so far, but if you guys are watching from any other area across the U.S., let us know, and we'll talk about those areas as well. Both Mikayla and I are meteorologists, so we can kind of go wherever. Now, Mikayla, I'm actually going to switch screens here. I'm not going to show this screen anymore. I'm going to switch radars so we can really get down into the nitty-gritty of some of these storms. So give me just a minute to make that switch.
Yeah.
And here we go.
If anybody has any specific questions too while Taylor is doing that, please keep letting us know.
All right, so the first thing that sticks out to me here with this, so what you're looking at here is GR Earth, Gibson Ridge Earth. The first thing that sticks out to me here is that we have already seen 2 hail reports tonight. Quarter-size hail, 1 inch. They're highlighted in orange, just north of Davidson, south of Frederick, Oklahoma, just north of the Red River. And another one, also 1 inch, so quarter-size hail, and that would be in Davidson as well. Now, this severe thunderstorm, this storm right here that produced those that hail farther back to the west, it's still warned. This severe thunderstorm warning right here is warned for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail. So basically, the National Weather Service is saying that we could see larger hail than what we've already seen this evening and strong wind. So we've got that 70-mile-per-hour wind speed also possible with this storm. So this is hugging the Red River right now. We've got a few storms approaching from the west into Oklahoma City. Not warned, but they are in El Reno right now. A few more storms coming into Guthrie. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning down in Claremont, Texas. Now this is warned for 60s and quarters. And then we've got 3 officially down to the south of, pretty far south of Lubbock. So that's your
area being highlighted. It looks like a little discussion. A new MD. There's a new one. There you go. Just south of Lubbock. I think you just mentioned that new severe thunderstorm warning.
Yes. Yeah. And that meso discussion that Mikayla is mentioning right now, they're highlighted in red, goes from Guthrie to Hobbs all the way into Goldsmith, Big Spring, and Hamlin, all included in that here. Now, I'm reading it on my screen. I'll give you the summary here in just a few minutes. But what sticks out to me right now is that we've got a 40% chance for a severe thunderstorm watch in this area. The same chance, that's exactly what the Storm Prediction Center said in Norman just a few hours ago at this point as well. So it kind of is giving the same situation that was going on a few hours ago. You're going to have storms.
Something they highlighted this watch though. Their wording is large to conditionally very large hail is now something that they've updated with this area, this discussion, and we're already kind of seeing some of that now with some of these storms. They're really picking up in intensity, especially that one again that's more towards the southeast of Lubbock. Keep saying Lubbock because it's one of the biggest cities. It's not anywhere actually near Lubbock, so if you are in Lubbock, you don't have to be concerned with that. That's going to be quite a bit of a ways from you. It's close to Jayton. That would be the closest city that I can see. So it's not in Lubbock. We're just saying Lubbock because, again, that's one of the biggest cities nearby that we could talk about. But yeah, this watch, the meso discussion for this potential watch, that's something that they worded differently than earlier was now this one's large to conditionally very large hail. So we could seeing some of those hailstones that are maybe greater, upwards of 2 inches. That's definitely something to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Other things that they've highlighted here is they're saying tornado peak intensity up to 95 miles an hour. And they're also saying wind gusts 55 to 70 as well, which is what we've seen so far this evening. So the biggest change there is absolutely that large hail increase. Now, what we were talking about, Mikayla, a few hours ago, whenever we did a live around 4:30, 4 o'clock, we said we're going to have a very short window for tornadoes tonight. And I think that window, we don't have much left on that. You know, we've got maybe a few more hours for that tornado risk, but for the most part, I think that here pretty soon we're going to transition into a mainly hail risk. We do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning here. This is just to the north of Jacksboro and Windthorst. This is also warned for 60s and quarters. So a lot of 60s and quarters, except for this one highlighted right here, which has some strong wind out of it.
There's also some storms now, it looks like, that are developing along I-35 north of Oklahoma City. Taylor, if you want to pan that up that way a little bit for a second. Just, I know we have a lot of people that maybe are watching from Oklahoma, have some questions. I know earlier the comments were about Edmond and other places back towards Oklahoma City. So Edmond, you're nice and dry right now, but you can see these storms that are kind of developing again north of Oklahoma City now along 35. So you can see areas like Perry, you're getting close to seeing some of these storms. North of Guthrie, quite a bit of lightning associated with those storms as well. So a lot of this is getting closer to 35. Now it's going to be to the east of Enid and Tennessee and places like that, but it's moving more towards the east. So Stillwater, you're not seeing these storms yet, but they're moving your direction. Taylor kind of talked about that even too yesterday, that Stillwater maybe wasn't in the main highlighted risk, but that we thought, okay, they could still probably see some storms now. That's coming to fruition right now. So just because you're not seeing storms just yet doesn't mean you're in the clear for your Thursday.
I have a great view right now of this storm that's coming into Oklahoma City. Let me share my screen with you once again and show you what I'm seeing here. Give me just a minute to do that. Now, what we're doing is, HailTrace, we don't just look at the radar. We look all over the place. We look at your guys' storm photos that you post on your social media, so send that to us as well. We scour the internet to make sure that what we think is happening is actually happening. So this is one of the ways that we can look at different things. Hang on one second. Let me grab this for you. Alrighty, if you give this just a minute, what you're going to see up in the upper right-hand corner of your screen is flashes of lightning. Woo-hoo, did you see that right there? And then I'm sure those drivers are also hearing the thunder in the distance as well. So this is out in western Oklahoma City, facing to the west. So what we're watching are those storms that are moving into the metro right now. It's not severe warned. However, it's probably pretty loud for all of those out in El Reno right now. So we're facing El Reno at the moment. And you can see curtains of rain coming down. We've got lots of lightning from this. Taking a look at some of our lightning strikes here, we've got some lightning strikes that are leading this thunderstorm as far as West Yukon. So just kind of if you're not getting rain, you guys know the drill here. When it roars, go indoors. Let's go kind of around the radar here. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning, switching back over to the radar, and we'll just kind of do this back and forth. So you guys put your weather questions in the comments section. Let us know where you're watching from, and we'll go back and forth from our live view to our radar. We'll go from Oklahoma City to Dallas to Lubbock, and we'll talk about all the cities in between. So let us know where you're watching from today. Alrighty, let's go back to the radar. Shawnee, is that next?
It's one of the newest comments. How is Shawnee doing? I can keep an eye on them if we get more coming in. Unless they're automatically pulling up on their own. I don't know if you were doing that or not.
They were early. Well, I was doing it earlier, but you're more than welcome to do it as well. I like to see everyone's comments as they pop up. We like to see where everyone's watching from here. And guys, we'll be watching this all night long. So even if we're not necessarily live in front of you, just know that we'll have an eye on this all night long. So here you go. The closest severe, someone asked about Dallas earlier. The closest storm that you need to be concerned about in Dallas, it's pretty far away. There's Dallas. There's that storm out in Archer City, farther than Decatur. So you've got a while until storms get to you. And it's moving away from Dallas. So I would look for maybe storms that develop off of maybe this line down by like Stephenville or something. And then I want to see, did we get any hail in New Mexico and Colorado earlier tonight? I'm gonna.
There were hail reports earlier. I'm not sure officially if we've seen any hail yet.
We can pop them up here. Several severe thunderstorm warnings, so all of this rain started early this afternoon. We started to see that out in Colorado. Oh, have we lost the radar? Let's go back to the radar here. There we go. Yeah, I don't see any popping up right now, but that doesn't mean that there wasn't hail in these areas. We've got some snow in some of these higher elevations along the mountaintops here. They had their mezzo earlier tonight. Now, if you're watching from places like New Mexico and Colorado, you're severe clear. Not worried about these areas right now. What we are watching for is places like southwestern Oklahoma into northern Texas. And then you'll see that new mezzo pop up here in just a few minutes from Lubbock all the way down into Snyder and Big Spring. That's where we're watching for storms right now. So updated look right here. Here's what we'll do. We'll answer all of your last minute questions. Then we're going to hop off. We're going to leave the radar up for you, though, so that you can see severe thunderstorm warnings as they get issued. You're going to be able to see that on your radar. So keep this stream up. And if anything comes into the metro, of course, we'll hop back on. Before we hop off here, are there any last minute questions that we can address? I like Isaac's question here. Can I squeeze in a quick 9 in Oklahoma City? Now, it's dark outside, but hey, if you can play in the dark, more power to you.
Isaac's currently sitting in my living room.
Well, I guess you're a little too late.
He got his golf in earlier. He's just being cheeky.
Good. Well, I have to say, during our TikTok live earlier, we were making fun of Kendrick because he's an OSU fan. He asked about golf this weekend, and I said, well, if you can't watch OSU football, they're not worth watching this year. You might as well go golfing. This weekend, though, it looks pretty rainy, so I'm not quite sure this weekend is the best.
It's a new storm. New-ish. Still going to be north of Mineral Wells, south of Jacksboro, but that's definitely something. With how everything's going right now, that little area highlighted, I'm looking at my GR to the side. I know you have yours right here. I don't want people to think like I'm ignoring Taylor. I just have my radar.
We both have like multiple screens going.
Yes. But I think that's definitely something worth watching. This is kind of newer. So how quickly some of these storms keep going up. You're seeing back in West Texas too. There's a tiny little severe thunderstorm warning now, I think, near Hamlin. So we have 7 now, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 severe thunderstorm warnings.
Things are really getting going here. One thing that we said earlier, also during our live update at 3, 4 o'clock.
Ooh,
that was some big lightning. Another thing that we said earlier is we said that things would really start to go off around 6 or 7 o'clock tonight. So it looks like models, they didn't always have the best consistency, but it does look like they had some sort of idea of the timing of these storms. Now, if they're correct on the timing through the overnight hours, what we're going to see is this is not the first round. This is not the only round of storms that we're going to get. This may be the first, but it isn't a one and done type of event tonight. What we're going to see is we're going to see another round of storms late tonight, probably while everyone is sleeping. And then we'll probably see another round of storms early tomorrow morning as well. With each round, you're going to have different severe weather risks. So what we're going to see with this first round is more of a tornado, hail, high wind risk. Overnight tonight, you could still see that hail and high wind, but we're going to transition into a flood risk as we head into the early morning hours. So I want everyone to remember for your early morning commute that you absolutely need to remember, turn around, don't drown. When in doubt, take another route. Don't stop under the overpasses. You guys know the drill here, but let's make smart decisions tomorrow during our morning commute and our evening commute as well. This is a mesmerizing view. So I'm going to leave this up here. We're going to transition between this and your latest radar update. Of course, Mikayla and I will pop back on if there's any new updates for you all. If we get a severe thunderstorm warning in places like DFW, Lubbock, Oklahoma City, anything significant around the metro or even out in southwestern Oklahoma, we'll talk about it. We'll be monitoring the comments as well, so put your locations and your weather questions in the comments, and we, of course, will be taking a look at those throughout the evening.
We got a hail report just to the north of Union City, slightly over an inch.
Okay, that's the biggest of the night.
Quarters coming, maybe towards southwest side, Yukon, Bethany, Mustang, as that trails in. So getting closer to the metro, not severe warned yet, but there is a report now.
And you said just over quarters.
Yeah, my GR has a 1.05.
Mine's working on it. It'll get there. You said in Union City. So am I in the right area?
Yeah, slightly north. I just updated. So rain's now a little bit more to the east. Heaviest rainfall right now is going to be east of El Reno, coming into Yukon along 40 as you are leaving Oklahoma City, and then up towards parts of Piedmont. You're seeing more, not the heavy rain just yet, but that's moving more your direction. And then more hail reports, some to the north, smaller hail, less than an inch. We did have another inch reported north of Guthrie recently, near going towards Mulhall. So a few more spots, starting to see some hail reports coming in that are an inch or greater. So definitely something worth watching, as this is basically starting to move now into Oklahoma City. If you're on the south side of Oklahoma City, more Norman, Newcastle right now, not as concerned for you currently, just with where this storm currently is located. There's a few showers west of Newcastle, but the biggest complex of storms right now still seems it's going to be on the west side. So again, between El Reno, Yukon, Piedmont, that's that area that we're watching where Taylor kind of has his camera pointed. That's where we're seeing more. Ooh, another good lightning strike there. I could attempt to share my screen if you wanted me to, but I don't know if it would work.
Absolutely. Go for it. Yeah.
If it's even worth it, I don't.
Well, and I can tell you right now, I am in the northwestern side of Oklahoma City right now, and I'm absolutely hearing that thunder out my window. So I'm sure a lot of people are, checking their phone. They're saying, what's going on? Is that severe warned? So Mikayla, tell us, you've got a much more detailed view than what I was showing earlier. You've got velocity there on the upper right side of your screen.
I do.
Take us
just
through.
Got my attention.
Take us through here.
This is a
tornado warning.
That is a tornado warning. So I think we should stay on if you want to.
I like it. Let's do it.
So velocity, let's see. Which radar am I currently? Let's see if I can go down here. Okay.
Let's get this larger so people can really see.
Just a second for it to load. Here we go. Okay, so this is going to be, can you see this a little bit better?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Okay, so this pink box, that's going to be our tornado warning. And then right here where I'm circling, this is going to be where that rotation is wrapping up. So heading towards Randlet. So don't know the towns as well, down in southwestern Oklahoma. It's south of Granfield now. So Granfield, you are not in this tornado warning. But this is going to be this area of rotation. So if I zoom in a little bit closer again, where these greens and these reds are starting to meet, that's going to be where you have the strongest rotation. And then if you zoom out, you can see this kind of pink box. That's going to be that tornado warning. So it goes for 32 more minutes. It says a tornado was reported over the town of Devol. It's moving east at about 20 miles per hour. And then the hail also associated within this storm. Right now, they have the National Weather Service is issuing it for about 1.75 inches, so slightly under a hen egg. That's going to be that kind of golf ball size hail that we talk about. So I would say this is our biggest storm of the night currently is what we're looking at here. So again, this is where that rotation is kind of wrapping up. There was a tornado reported over the city of Devol. Taylor, if I'm saying that wrong, please correct me.
If anyone knows how to say that, let us know in the comments. I do not know how to pronounce that. I know Granfield, obviously, and Ranlit, but not quite sure about that one.
So Ranlit, this is going to be moving more your direction. So if you're in Ranlit right now, you happen to know someone in that area, and you're watching the stream, give them a call really fast. Make sure that they have a heads up that there was a tornado reported, not over the city yet, but that it's possibly moving that direction. Again, I just mentioned, I think it's moving at about 20 miles per hour to the east. So that would be taking it right towards Ranlit within the next about 10-ish minutes or so, 10 to 15 minutes, if this tornado is able to stay on the ground. Kind of like what Taylor was mentioning earlier, we had this window for these tornadoes, this tornado threat. It is dwindling. It seems like the chances, of having that is going to wrap up, I would say, by about 8, 9 at the latest. So, we don't have too much longer that this tornado threat is going to persist. But again, we do have a tornado warning right now. So that is where our biggest concern is currently. I have not seen a huge drop. I can go back a little bit when this was a little tighter. Maybe, I don't know if this is gonna, I put a little like mark right here over. It's around where the green and the red are kind of touching, and there's a little bit of blue. I think that might be clutter, but that could have been a CC drop.
And for everyone who's watching right now, whenever we say CC drop, it's correlation coefficient drop. What you need to know whenever we say we're looking for those blues, we're looking for that CC drop, is basically that tornado is lofting debris into the air, which signifies that it is on the ground. So again, we're not confirming that. However, we're saying there's a good chance. And I mean, Mikayla, I really see from reflectivity, we're starting to see that wrap around. I think that there would probably be a decent chance that this is on the ground right now.
Yeah, that was, again, a few slides ago. So this is going to be, again, right around before it was warned. You can see that blue, like Taylor just mentioned right here. If there was debris being lofted, we're able to pick that up with the radar because it is a different color with the size of the debris being lofted. It stands out a lot more on the radar. So that would be that blue right around where we're seeing that rapid rotation too. And then you see not a super strong signal of those greens and reds and touching. It's not one of those that it's very noticeable immediately. Okay, we're talking about a tornado here. By the next one, the reflectivity at least, or the reflectivity definitely looks more like a debris ball right here. I mean, you can clearly see that green inflow notch coming into the storm. You can kind of see stuff to the south we like to talk about, which is usually pretty common when you have a little tornado that kind of wraps itself up really fast. It usually has some kind of rain showers coming in from the south side. So seeing some of that here with reflectivity, the velocity looks a little bit more impressive. The correlation coefficient, not as impressive at that point either, but our ZDR, you can see something over Devol at that point. So I wouldn't be shocked. This is where we currently are. It looks a lot more messy. I think this might be cycling. I think this might be being pulled into the storm. If you kind of play that back, there's where very next panel is when it got first warned. So possibly tornado, likely maybe there's a tornado there at that point. Very next one is when they confirmed that someone saw a tornado on the ground and they warn it. And then it looks like it might be getting wrapped up into the storm. However, if you zoom in again, it could be circling back down here. So we'll watch this.
Absolutely. Yeah. A great warning from the National Weather Service. They obviously tornado warning here, especially with what we're seeing on radar. And you said that we did get reports of a funnel or of a tornado just before it came into town. Is that correct, Mikayla?
From what I can see from, again, GR, it says at 6:55, a tornado was reported over Devol moving east at 20 miles per hour. So I'm going to assume that someone actually reported a tornado at that point.
Yeah.
The National Weather Service went ahead in Norman and issued a tornado warning, which, again, fantastic move on their point, because as we went back and looked at that radar with you guys, you could see where we were mentioning it tightening up, where there could have been a correlation coefficient, that drop that usually indicates that there's some type of debris. So at that point in time, I think that was a great call on their part. I don't know if there's still a tornado on the ground. There's still tornado warning. So we want you to act like there is still currently a tornado on the ground. If you are, again, in this area, if you have family or friends in this area, we want you to give them a call, make sure they're going to their safe place, doing something to cover, getting a helmet, something to cover their head, their neck, put your shoes on. I know it's something you don't really think about. You might be home for the evening, ready to relax. Go ahead and put those shoes on. Worst case scenario, no, we don't ever want this to happen to you. But if you were to get hit by a tornado, you're going to be walking through debris possibly. We want you to have closed shoes on. You don't want slippers, something light that could easily get poked into by something else. So we want people to be staying safe and taking those precautions now. If you're in Randlet, if you're south, even Burnett, I don't know.
Burke Burnett.
Burke Burnett, okay.
A few more syllables, yeah.
You're not in the tornado warning, but these storms, sometimes they cycle, they do weird things. So I would just also be paying attention just in case.
Yeah, absolutely. That's absolutely great advice. Yeah, because you never know what you're going to come out to. And that happens all the time, right? The tornado drops down, it lifts back up. It drops down, it lifts back up. That's the cycle that we're talking about right now. And so that's why there is still that tornado warning highlighted there in pink or purple on Mikayla's screen. So we could see that cycle back down and drop back down. So we'll keep an eye on this. While we are watching this warning, I do want to mention that we do have some storms coming into the Oklahoma City metro. If you're joining us from Oklahoma City, this tornado warning is not in this area. This storm that's coming into Oklahoma City right now, while it may seem very, very loud, it is. I can hear it outside of my window as well. And we've got lots of lightning from it. It isn't severe warned. So we do not have a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm that's coming into OKC right now, just for everyone that's joining in at the moment. I am going to try to find. Go ahead.
Had some hail reported, but nothing severe warned. Like Taylor said, just quite a bit of lightning. I'm sure you're seeing a show. Do you want me to stop sharing my screen for a second so you can show the lightning again?
No, you're good. I'm going to find a new camera and then I'll pull it back up in just a minute. The storm is moving past the camera I previously had, but we saw so much lightning. All right. Holy moly. Okay, you guys can see it in the bottom of your screen. We're going to switch, so we're going to go back and forth here. Give it just a minute. I mean, this, Mikayla, almost looks like cloud to ground. I'm wondering, with this amount of lightning as it comes into the metro, we're going to have to really keep an eye on this. Of course, you guys know the drill. Do not go out whenever you see that lightning or hear that thunder. As we tell the children, when it roars, go indoors. We've got a lot of lightning and thunder here. I mean, it sounds like, we always say, like bowling balls outside of my window right now. And I'm not even in the storm at this point. But that's it. That's really all that I see from this. If we're getting any hail at all, it's going to be on the smaller side. What I would watch for, let me pull up some more of my radars to see if we can identify if there is any hail with this. Rotation here, not terribly impressive, so not too worried about that rotation. If we are seeing any hail, it's going to be from just north of Union City, just south of Yukon, where you can see some of the greater reflectivity as well. My VIL is pulling up potential hail. Let me see if I can get some other products on here.
I think we might have an interesting interaction here shortly with this tornado warned storm.
Yeah, you want to go back down there?
I'm down there right now. You can keep showing this. I'm watching these storms to the south, and these are, again, classic nudge. This is either about to, you can kind of see a little bit the reflectivity. The winds are definitely getting a little bit stronger here. You see these bright reds. I think this is going to either feed back into the storm and it's going to wrap it back up and we're going to end up seeing another tornado with this interaction, or sometimes these storms come in and they start to interact and they kind of choke off the previous supercell in a way, the storm that's currently what produced a tornado earlier. Again, I don't have any indications super strong right now that there might still be a tornado on the ground yet, but I wouldn't be shocked if this somehow kind of tightens itself back up. So I'm going to keep a close eye on that. They dropped the severe thunderstorm warning behind this tornado warned storm. So for people who were maybe in Granville that you had some of that larger hail initially, Frederick, I know there was a report of around an inch south of you. A lot of those areas have been cleared now. So if you had a severe thunderstorm warning earlier, you were no longer dealing with that. That has moved to the east of you, but you're seeing some really heavy rainfall in Cookietown, Randlet. You are still in that tornado warning. We still want you to take precaution. I do think if there is a tornado that it is currently more to the south of Randlet, just because of how this is kind of wrapping up. It looks like it's taking more of a directly southern path And then if it's going to wrap back up, it's going to be somewhere down here, which is why we said areas, even if you're not in the tornado warning, if you're close to one earlier, like Taylor and I mentioned, you should still be taking precautions, just because you never know with these storms. They sometimes cycle back up into a storm. They sometimes get pushed back down when they have these weird interactions with other storms nearby. A lot of times it has things starting to move and kind of being a little crazy, if you ask me. So I'm going to keep watching this, Taylor, if you want to go back and show something else in Oklahoma City, or I can zoom out, or if you want to use your GR, you can push mine out. I'm just going to keep a close eye on this for a second because I'm interested to see how this interacts.
Well, and we appreciate that. With multiple storms going on across the entire state, we obviously need multiple pairs of eyes on it. So our meteorologists, they are in our meteorologist chat. We have over 15 meteorologists here at HailTrace, and they're saying, you know, hey, we're watching the storm, we're watching the storms. We have a lot of eyes on the storm, not just from Mikayla and I's view. I will also go ahead and share my wide view, so give me just a minute to do that. And we will go back over to GR Earth. So here you go with GR Earth. So a view, this is what we were seeing earlier. That camera that I was showing just a minute ago, that's sitting on the west side of the city looking to the west. So it's not technically in the storm quite yet, but it's getting all of the flashes of lightning and rumbles of thunder around that storm. Now what we have are the first few sprinkles moving into places like Bethany and the Village, but you have stronger storms behind that in Piedmont and Yukon right now. It's probably very loud, not just from the thunder in Yukon and Piedmont right now, but also from the heavy rain that's coming down. This is just the tail end, Charlie, of a long line of storms that stretches almost or closer to I-35. Orlando, Perry, Red Rock, Ponca City, all about to get hit with some strong storms. But just another update here. These are not severe warned, okay? Not severe warned in this area right now, but because they are moving into the metro, we'll keep an eye on it. However, what we were watching earlier was that tornado warning that was down in the southern side of the state, and it does look like my screen sharing maybe it's gone off, but we'll get it back up and we'll show you guys that in just a minute. Okay, so this is all the lightning and the thunder that I was talking about earlier. Again, this is what's moving into the metro at the moment. We're looking just on the northwest side of the city. Take that to the west. We had tons of lightning earlier, but the storm may be a little too close to see as much as what we were seeing earlier. Let's back up a little bit. A good view here.
Randlet, just to the south of you, we just had an 1.5-inch hail report. So that point, you're talking about ping pong-ish size hail. So getting a few more reports now of over an inch there. And then there was one more report to the north of Scotland. No, not the country, Scotland, Texas. That's going to be Archer City, if you know where that is. This is going to be more to the south of Wichita Falls. So basically right south of Wichita Falls. That's going to be where this storm report just came in. And that was also for an 1.5 inches. So some ping pong size hail falling in parts of Texas right now.
So some of these storms, they absolutely could warrant here pretty soon. They're not right now, but they have that potential. You know, I feel like a lot of these are just on the verge of getting warned. I would be a lot more concerned about these storms that are closer to places like Wichita Falls and Archer City. And then, of course, we've got a slew of thunderstorm warnings down here just south of Lubbock, Texas, north of Odessa, Kermit right now. Nice. Very, very heavy rain, or maybe even some large hail with this. Warned for 60s and quarter-size hail. We've got a stronger storm, 70-mile-per-hour wind gust and ping-pong ball-size hail coming into Flory, Texas right now. So that's what that's warned for. And also 70-mile-per-hour wind gust and ping-pong ball-size hail moving into Patricia, Texas. So again, it's pretty far away from Lubbock. Lubbock is the closest town nearby. But these two storms right here, very, very impressive. And it looks like my screen is just going on and off. Is that what you're seeing too, Mikayla?
No.
You can see the radar?
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. It's kind of going on and off from my side, but I'm glad it's all good on your side.
I'm curious if there's enough activity now in that area that we discussed when we first jumped on our live. If you guys weren't on when we first jumped on, you can see very vaguely on Taylor's screen where there's that kind of circle that's highlighted. That's a discussion talking about the potential for a severe thunderstorm watch. They only gave it a 40% likelihood, but with there now being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 severe thunderstorms in that area, I'm wondering if maybe we go ahead and pull the trigger and we get a watch at some point here soon in that area. So
Feels like it would warrant a watch.
something worth watching.
Especially these storms back here in places like, I think this is Archer, Andrews. There's so many severe thunderstorm warning boxes. I can't see the town names anymore. But yeah, back here in Andrews, I would be shocked if they don't warn for or issue a watch for places like Gale and Vincent and Dunn and Snyder, which are just going to get these storms down the line here. So, give it, let's see, an hour. Yeah, it's a slow moving storm too, so we've got plenty of time to issue that watch. So if you're in those areas, just know that could be coming. Mikayla, you called it earlier. You said we're watching these storms down in Wichita Falls. We now have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for that storm that we just mentioned that we were watching. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail in Scotland. You said that city earlier.
I did. It's just mine says it's just to the north of Scotland now. We still have about a 1.25 inch hail that just got reported within that storm. So.
And we've got just tons of lightning over the city right now. Again, if you guys are joining us from Oklahoma City, nothing is warned right now. However, I'm sure it is very, very loud outside of your window. I can actually see right in front of me is my window, and I can see flashes of lightning. The road is now wet out there, and I can hear the thunder. So I understand what everyone is hearing and seeing whenever they look out their window right now in Oklahoma City.
Actual thunder, not the thunder, even though they are playing right now. They're away playing the Pacers.
I love it. I love where your mind is at.
I think it's on in the other room. This just popped up an inch, just shy of an inch and a half south of Oklahoma City, Yukon, south of you. I'm trying to see. I don't know if these, where they show up on GR, is actually where they are, because if you see my map, this looks a little bit larger right here, but this is 1.48 inches. So we're getting back into that again, ping pong size hail on the west side of the city. And this is south of Yukon, north of Mustang, really right along I-40, close to where the mall is. Looks like seeing some pink. So in these neighborhoods too, you're likely to see maybe some larger hail moving into Oklahoma City. So if you're watching in Oklahoma City and your car is not in the garage, you should probably quickly, and if you can do it safely, move it inside. There's lots of lightning, as Taylor already said, so we don't want you to get outside in a lightning storm. But if you are seeing now some of this, maybe you're hearing the hail possibly, and you can safely put your car in the garage quickly, I would suggest doing so.
I think that is a great idea. And I'm looking through some of these ODOT cameras here. It looks like there are still so many people on the road. And I know, it's dark, but it's really not that late at night. So it's very understandable that people are out and about at the moment. And there is just so much lightning going on. They're about to get a big downpour that I'm sure they didn't expect coming. But I think we nailed it earlier. Mikayla, we said 7 o'clock for Oklahoma City. That's what we said during the live forecast today. And look at it now, 7:15. We've got storms coming in. It's hard to be any more correct than that. But hey, because I do have a storm coming in right now, I'm going to go and I'm going to try to get a live view from this, Mikayla. So I'm going to jump off of here and I'll be right back here in just a few minutes.
We're going to keep things going, everybody. So please tell us where you're watching from. If you are jumping on here to our live, we want to know where you're watching from. I am watching closely to our Oklahoma City storm. Really quickly before we jump back into Oklahoma City, because I do know we have people watching from there. We still do have a tornado warning that goes for 12 more minutes. A tornado was reported right around 6:55 in Devol, Oklahoma. It was moving to the east at about 20 miles per hour. I'm going to click back over to this radar really quickly so we can see an update within this storm. Still right here, if there was a tornado trying to form, you can kind of see where I'm highlighting where these greens and these reds are touching. That's going to be the area of rotation. So when you see these greens and these reds, that's the radar picking up winds coming into the radar and then winds going away from the radar. So where they start to touch, that's because we're seeing that circulation. So this is still within this pink square, this pink polygon. That is our tornado warning. Again, this goes until 6 or 7:30, excuse me. So about 11, 12-ish more minutes. At this point in time, the National Weather Service of Norman is who issues down in this area in southwestern Oklahoma. They have not let this tornado warning expire. So we're going to continue to watch that. You can see, again, this green and this red. That's going to be where we're watching closely for the potential for if there's not a tornado on the ground. I personally, at this point in time, don't think this is a strong enough indication to say that there is. However, the greens and reds are touching. It's still being warned by the National Weather Service. So if you find yourself in a tornado warning, you know the procedure. Make sure you're getting into the most interior room that you possibly can be in your house or wherever you're staying. If you're in an apartment, go to the lowest floor possible. Make sure you're putting on closed-toed shoes. Make sure you're putting on shoes just in general. I know it's nighttime. People go home. They go cook. They want to hang out. Like we mentioned earlier, if you're trying to watch the thunder play, put those shoes on, grab something to cover your head. Maybe it's a bike helmet that you can grab, or if it's even something like a pillow, just something to protect your head, and then go get into that safe place. Again, most interior room, if that's a closet, if that's a bathroom, wherever you are going to be the safest, get to that spot if you are still in this tornado warning. Again, it's going to be going for another about 10 minutes or so. The National Weather Service had this going until 7:30. Again, a tornado was reported right around 6:55. Central Daylight Time, so where we are right now. It was in Devol, Oklahoma, and it was moving east at about 20 miles per hour. Earlier, when we were looking at this storm, Taylor and I were kind of looking at this. We saw clear rotation from our reflectivity and our velocities. It kind of showed a good indication that we did have a tornado on the ground. It did not last very long, but that's what happens with these types of storms. They kind of quickly spin up. They can spin down, but we can, again, see this picking back up in intensity, which is why we're still keeping a close eye down here on the storm. And where this rotation would be now, I just also want to point out too, it's the far southern part of this pink polygon that you're seeing. So people that are to the southern parts of this, even like Cashin Community, more areas ahead of this, Byers, Petrolia, Dean, Wichita Falls, I think this is still going to stay to the north of you. However, you have a severe thunderstorm warning that's just to your southeast, going to be to the northeast of Scotland. This is another area too that we've been watching for. We had some hail reports closer to about ping pong size earlier. Some of the newest hail reports are coming in. It's a little bit lower now. We're talking about closer to maybe dime, quarter size hail. So not as large as it was earlier. Still a storm that we're watching closely. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that goes for 38 more minutes. It was issued about 7:12, and they said there was a severe thunderstorm warning moving east at about 25 miles per hour. So the max hail so far has been about that, again, quarter to maybe golf ball size hail. It's a little bit lower right now, but we're keeping a close eye on that storm. I'm going to move us quickly. I do think some of these storms to the south may interrupt this storm. We'll check one more time really quickly here on our tornado warned storm. I don't see anything currently that's too pressing. This might have been maybe a reflectivity signal earlier. Let's see if we can get this right over. Yes, okay, that doesn't correlate where there was those blues. You can see this little square here. I know some people like to look at radar and get a little sciencey with it. So if you were trying to find if there was a tornado where you have these blues, a lot of times we look for those kind of indicators. But then if you try to match that up with some of these others, there's not really a ton of rotation there. You're in the inflow right now. You're not actually within the storm itself. So that leads me to believe that that was just, a little bit of chaos happening within the radar. I am going to jump back up to Oklahoma City really fast just because I do know there's a lot of people watching. We could see someone, John is watching from Lawton. Jesse's watching from Piedmont. Jesse, I think you're probably seeing a ton of lightning right now, maybe even had some small hail reported. Let's jump back in and see. Oh, okay, look at this. This hail is getting larger now. This is going to be on the west side of Oklahoma City. We still have reports a little bit over 1.5 inches now. So you're getting above golf ball size hail, potentially again on the west side of Oklahoma City. This is along I-40, so closer to where the mall is out this direction, just to the south of Yukon. This is going to start moving more towards the city. So areas near like Hefner eventually, you're going to want to be paying attention. Not quite there just yet. It's going to be south again of Yukon. Bethany, you have a little hail core that's south of you as well. So definitely going to be keeping a close eye on both of these storms. I think the most impressive one right now is this hail core that's kind of developed to the south side of Yukon. Again, it's going to pass I-40. So for people on the roadways still, definitely if you know someone heading home maybe right now, tell them to stay inside a little bit longer if they can. Maybe stay at their workplace if they can as well, because that looks like we're getting some decent sized hail now that's starting to move in through parts of the city. So you can see some of these areas now. And like we've already mentioned too, and Taylor's mentioned, our meteorologists, that's not us, our meteorologists in-house, we at HailTrace, we have 18 meteorologists on staff. When we're here actively talking with you guys, kind of giving you these reports, they're already mapping. They're seeing these radars right now as we're talking to you about them, and they're already putting a hail map together for you. So if you do end up getting impacted by hail, you can always call us and you can get a hail map, or if you were impacted by that tornado earlier, a tornado map. All of those things are available to you if you call us and try to get one of those maps. So you just have to give us a call and let us know. But our meteorologists are mapping this currently as we speak. They are watching this very closely. We have our lead meteorologists that are putting all these pieces together, getting real-time data of how large this hail is going to be. If you see hail, please video it. Please tag us at HailTrace. That's it, at HAALTRAC. Just HailTrace, exactly like it sounds, or exactly where you're watching. DM it to us, tag us in the post, whatever you want to do if you want us to be able to use it. If you were actively seeing hail, we would love to see it too, because that only helps us with our hail reports. We can see exactly where that hail is right now falling, and we're able to better have an understanding of what that hail actually looked like on the ground. But it also helps us to have some of that ground truth too, and helps you too to go ahead and have that document for yourself in case, again, you do end up needing to have some type of report. So here is, okay, we officially have a over 2-inch size hail. So that's going to be above hen egg size hail, hen lime size hail. Let's see what we can see. I'll pull up our official hail size map. Okay. Hold on. I'm trying to get Taylor back on here. Says your screen sharing. She's outside, maybe?
Yeah, can you hear me, Mikayla?
Let's bring her on. She's hearing stuff.
Okay, can you hear me right now?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you.
I'm sure you can also hear the wind and the rain as well. It's coming down right now. So I'm in Edmond, Oklahoma. HailTrace is based in Edmond, Oklahoma, even though we cover storms nationwide. And I thought, if the storms are so close to home, we need to have a live view on this. So what you're seeing right now is our skyline that has just lit up tonight. It has had strike of lightning, flash of thunder, rumble of thunder. I mean, it has just been very, very loud in this area. Now, I can tell you, we don't have any hail yet, but the rain is picking up. It's definitely getting harder. And the wind is picking up too. I'm not going to lie, it's a little bit of a chilly wind. So for everyone in Oklahoma City, I'm sure that it's going to be a little bit cooler after this storm passes through. The wind has definitely picked up here. Okay, I'm wondering how much rain you can see as it comes down in front of me. It's definitely coming down harder now. And I don't know how much you can hear the wind or how much it's blocked out by our systems blocking out just kind of that white noise, but it is definitely windy, very windy here.
Yeah, on where you're at right now, Taylor, going to be more on the west side of Edmond. Don't have as much hail there, which is good for Taylor's sake at her house. But there's definitely a pocket of really heavy showers we're seeing, some on our reflectivity, some oranges, some reds on that radar. So lots of lightning too. I'm sure you're seeing some of these strikes that Taylor's sharing with us right now. So that is going to bring some heavy rain into Edmond, and still our biggest storm of concern right now for the metro, at least, is still not severe thunderstorm warrant. I find that very hard to believe that that's going to stay that way. I wouldn't be shocked if we get a warning here very soon. We've had reports now at about tennis ball size hail on the west side of Oklahoma City. So some of these reports are coming in are pretty large. So we're going to have to keep watching that and see as it moves in. It's going to be now more to the west of Yukon and south of Bethany, but that's going to be another area that we watch closely. Might pull my radar back up here. Taylor, you gonna?
Oh, I can stay for a few more minutes, but it was raining so hard I had to jump in the car. So pull your radar up, put me on the side, and I will see if we happen to get any hail here. I'll let you guys know.
All right, let us know. She's live chasing, guys. Do you see this? Live reporting in the field. Taylor, thank you for getting wet for us.
Absolutely. Anything for HailTrace.
Perfect. I'll pull the radar back up. You can still hear Taylor. Taylor, if you want us to pull you back up, just give me a holler. So as you guys can see, again, when we're looking here with our radar analysis that we're doing, I have 4 different corners going on here. This top left side, that's going to be the reflectivity. So where you're seeing some of these purple colors, that usually is indicating to us that we have, again, some pretty large hail that's associated with this color. So dark red, deep red, purples, pinks, that usually, again, lets us know that we have some decently sized hail that's falling. And then you see this little green icon right here. I hover over here. Now we're seeing about 2.39 inch hail is what radar estimated is falling in this storm. So at that point, you're talking about tennis ball size hail, getting closer to baseballs. Baseballs, I believe, is about 2.5 inches. Taylor can correct me if I'm wrong. She's better at the hail. Quick on her.
Yes. Baseball is at 2.75. Tennis is at 2.5. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but once you get up to that type of size, just that quarter of an inch means a lot in that diameter. But yes, 2.75 is baseballs, 2.5, that's a tennis ball. That's still massive though.
Oh yeah, we're getting some reports again. This is coming through our GR analysis. Our meteorologists are already mapping this storm as it's falling right now. So again, if you find yourself being hit by this hail and you want to map, you can give us a call. Taylor can probably rattle off the number to you right off the top of her head. I cannot, but she's great at that.
Hey, brand new severe thunderstorm warning. You were exactly correct, Mikayla. They got that issued now.
Perfect. So here's the brand new severe thunderstorm warning. You guys can see this here. It's 44 minutes remaining. It says that there is a storm that is located over western Oklahoma City near Woodlawn Park. It's moving east at about 25 miles per hour. The max hail size that they've issued is around quarters an inch. Our system is giving us a little bit larger hail potentially falling. So definitely be prepared that some larger hail could fall in this storm. Regardless of where you are, in this severe thunderstorm warning, if you haven't moved your car inside, maybe now's the chance to. If you're just on the north side of Oklahoma, you're sitting, you're like, what are you talking about, hail? I'm not really seeing hail yet. Maybe take the time really quickly to get outside and move that car while you can, because it still looks like the larger hail is on the west side of Oklahoma City, between about Yukon and Bethany, but it is moving more directly towards the east, so it's going to continue to go across the north side. So eventually areas like Hefner, around Hefner, you're probably going to see some of this heavy hail too. Forest Park, eventually, Midwest City, you might luck out. I think it's going to be south of you. The Village, it's going to be really close between the two. Edmond, I think you might thread the needle here between one storm to the north and one to the south, but we'll have to watch this closely. Let's zoom in back here and see some of these. Still seeing some pretty bright pinks and purples. I am also very interested in how the storm is starting to shape up. I don't see a ton of greens and reds touching each other, so I'm not overly concerned. And Taylor kind of already talked about it earlier, how the wind felt very cold. So I don't think the atmosphere is super supportive of a tornado, but I also don't trust Oklahoma to not try to do something crazy. So we're going to keep watching that. Our tornado warned storm to the south earlier that we talked about, if you were on here, earlier on, it is no longer a tornado warned storm. We had that tornado reported right around 6:55 in Duvall, Oklahoma. That has since picked up. Now there's just 2 severe thunderstorm warnings to the south. So real quickly, if you're just joining live with us, hello, thank you for joining us on here. There's about 38 of you. Please let us know where you are watching from. I know we're streaming on a couple different platforms right now, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 active, maybe 9, 10, 11 active. So we have 11 active severe thunderstorm warnings right now. We had one currently tornado warning reported tonight, 11 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. So things are getting pretty active. I still don't believe at this point we ended up getting a watch. I don't think we got a watch, but we're going to keep watching regardless. Okay, cool. I'm starting to see some comments and I love this. Thanks, guys. Okay. Mr. Cool Video says, how does South OKC look? Perfect. Okay, we'll jump right in back to Oklahoma City here in half a second. So I just want you guys to see this wide view really fast. And if I look away, I'm not trying to ignore you guys. I just have my radar here right to the side of me. So I'm sharing it with you guys so you can see it on my screen. But definitely don't want you guys to think that I'm ignoring you. Some of our meteorologists here at HailTrace, obviously a lot of us live in Oklahoma City and around Oklahoma City. HailTrace is located in Edmond, if you did not know that. We're getting some reports that we've seen some golf balls being reported now on the south side of the city too from some HailTrace meteorologists. So that is pretty large hail. So we're going to jump back into Oklahoma City. Let's jump back in there. I think that's the biggest metro being impacted right now. Dallas is not being impacted. Lubbock's not being impacted. Wichita Falls, this is going to be to the northeast of you and then to the southeast of you. So Wichita Falls, you're really threading that needle right now. I'm going to zoom in really quickly so you can see again. Here's Wichita Falls. You have a storm up here and you have a storm right here, but you're not being impacted. So we're going to jump back up to Oklahoma City because that is our biggest area of concern right now. And you can see we have this severe thunderstorm warning that does go until, I believe, so it's 40 more minutes. So we still have a while that we're dealing with the severe thunderstorm warning. Mr. Cool said again, how does the south side of Oklahoma City look? If you were south of OKC, if you're in areas like Moore, Norman, Newcastle, there's nothing to the south side of you really. There's a few showers out near Blanchard. Those are very light showers. You might see some rainfall. And as we go through the night, more storms will likely develop. The hail threat on those is going to be significantly lower. We're talking about more winds and just really hearing lots of rain and hearing quite a bit of lightning as well with these storms overnight, that transition. But currently speaking, if you're on the south side of Oklahoma City, even Mustang, like this is going to be to the north of you now. So I'm not as concerned. However, in Oklahoma City, again, here's a really big area you can see closer to Woodlawn Park. That's going to be these deep pinks, these purples. This is the area that we're watching to have potentially some of the largest hail here. So Bethany, this is going to be moving right through your area. Here's Oklahoma City over here, downtown OKC. So a lot of this is moving directly east. So it's going to be on the north side of OKC. It's going to be around you can see 35 going to the north too eventually. You're also going to see kind of on the, I'm blanking on the roads right now, guys. I'm so sorry. The Kilpatrick, I think, is going to be on the outside of here. So watching this closely too. Let's see. Can I please ask how Cushing is looking for this southeast of Stillwater? Yeah, absolutely. Let's jump up to Cushing really fast. So we do have some storms up here. Here's where we have Stillwater. So Cushing, you are seeing, you said you are to the southeast of Stillwater. Cushing, you are going to see this storm is not severe warned. That's down near Stillwater, Langston, Guthrie. It's kind of a long 35. We've had hail reported that's over an inch in diameter. So still decent, it could cause some small damage. We're talking about quarters usually right around that 1 inch mark, but not severe warned for the north side at this point in time. So again, small hail is being reported in this storm on the north side. It's going to be moving towards Stillwater eventually, Langston, Perkins. You're going to continue to possibly see some of this. Cushing, you are out of this right now. It actually may pass you. We'll keep watching it. It's not quite to Cushing just yet. If you want to maybe move your car inside, if you do have the possibility, that might just help give you peace of mind. But you still have a little bit of ways to go before this storm does get to you. It's right along 35 right now. So not severe warned. Our severe thunderstorm warning is in Oklahoma City. And here's where this largest hail is right now. So we can see Woodlawn Park. This is going to be near you. Just reading our update here. with our HailTrace meteorologists, seeing if we get any more reports from them as well. If you were on here earlier, Taylor was giving us a live update from her house. She's near the Edmond area. She's actually trying to catch the storm to the south, so she's going storm chasing now. So I know someone mentioned earlier, oh, this would be a perfect time for storm chasers. She is going to be trying to get this. I see Autumn kind of talking a lot about Edmond. Edmond right now, Autumn, is not dealing with we kind of mentioned Edmond earlier. You're threading the needle. You're going to be between these two storms, really. So north side of Edmond is going to be this area that's kind of highlighted that I'm circling. That was where Taylor earlier was saying she could hear a lot of thunder, see a lot of lightning. That was this northern storm. This storm that's to the north of Edmond is not severe thunderstorm warned. We're not even really getting any hail reports out of this one now. Does that mean that won't happen? No, but at this point in time, this storm is not severe warned. You're just seeing lots of really heavy rainfall. The main storm, the main concern is going to be south of Edmond. So you can see Edmond is not even included in this severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to include Bethany. It's going to include the Village. It includes Oklahoma City, Midwest cities, Spencer. Eventually, if this continues to hold its strength, Choctaw, you're going to see this. Jones as well. Even if we pull this out even further, McLeod, you could be dealing with this. If it really kept its track together, Wellston, you might be in the path. Chandler, it would really have to stay together a long time to kind of follow up 44 towards Tulsa. So that would be a stretch, really, at this point. But I think we're just going to continue to talk about our main focus right now, which still is Oklahoma City. So where you're seeing these pinks, these purples, especially these deeper purples, that's going to be where we're seeing some of this largest hail right now. KCO is showing a funnel over the storm in Bethany. That doesn't shock me. I don't see an insane amount of okay, so you guys can see here, again, what I'm showing you. There's this little hook right here. This storm may try to spin because it's a supercell. We talk about supercells a lot in the springtime. You see these supercells, and this is a very classic view. But as Taylor mentioned earlier when she was outside, it feels very cold along with these winds. So when it gets to a certain temperature, like tornadoes are still possible, but it's going to struggle a lot. I think that's the case here. I don't see a ton of rotation. I do see, reflectivity wise, again, what I'm showing you guys here, that there's this kind of hook right here. If you guys can see again closely to what I'm watching, there is a hook there, but when you jump over to reflectivity, what you should be seeing, if there truly was a tornado, is those greens and those reds touching with the winds coming in and the winds going out from the radar. We're not really seeing that. That doesn't mean that there's not a funnel. If KOCO showing it, definitely, that means it's something worth watching. Thank you for telling me that too. But I don't see anything right now that immediately jumps and says, okay, there's a tornado on the ground, at least with this. But it's something we're definitely keeping a close eye on because this is on the west side of Oklahoma City. Obviously, if anything were to happen, we want people to be first forewarned immediately as this goes into OKC. But still currently the biggest threat is for hail right now. Hail falling in the west side of Oklahoma City. So south of War Acres, south of Bethany, where the largest hail looks like it's falling. Woodlawn, I keep saying Woodland, I'm so sorry. Woodlawn Park. This is now to the east of you that we're seeing some of this larger hail that's kind of falling within this storm. So moving still towards the northern side of OKC. Keeping a close eye on this. Let's see. Let's pull up. Let's see. Let's look at a few other things and see if we can. Do you guys like my phone case? Can you see it? It's trying to do two different things here at once. Spooky. Okay, let's see some other areas that could be seeing. I want to give you guys a better idea. So the Village, Lake Hefner. I think the worst of this looks like it's probably right now. It's past Lake Overholster now. It's closer to 44 Will Rogers Park, 23rd Street, the Fairgrounds. The Fairgrounds probably seeing some of this hail right now. So if you're closer to the Fairgrounds, it might be slightly more to the north of you, but you're going to be pretty close. I do think Penn Square, you might just be south of this. So we'll just keep watching this kind of area. It really looks like it's hugging 23rd Street at this point in time. So that is something we're going to be continuing to watch very closely. I can even see on my little map right here where it shows the traffic is slowing down. So that's really where the heaviest rain is currently falling. And that's where we're seeing most of that activity, because you can even see on a traffic map, that's where things are slowing down. Still watching this area back here. I'm not overly impressed with it still. This would be, again, where we're wanting to watch for would be like right here. You're not seeing those greens and reds as much wrapping up, but I'm not going to discount that at all. Really quickly, please, guys, keep putting your weather questions in the comments. If you guys have any questions, let us know where you're watching from. Again, there's 44 of you now. Thank you so much. Again, if you're joining us right now, this is HailTrace. I'm meteorologist Mikayla Smith. Meteorologist Taylor Cox has also kind of been jumping in and out on here. She's trying to chase some storms right now. The storm that's moving into Oklahoma City on the west side, she is actively trying to chase that right now and give us an update on it. So we will let you know as soon as she has it. I'm going to do a wide view really quickly with you guys so you can see these storms extend all the way to the north along I-35. Nothing north of Oklahoma City right now has a severe thunderstorm warning, but you can see a lot of these red polygons. These are not tornado icons. I know a lot of times you see red, you think tornado. With my specific software that I have up right now, these reds, they are severe thunderstorm warnings. So that's not all tornado warnings that you're seeing right now, but you do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 severe thunderstorm warnings currently on the map. So shaping up to actually be a very busy night. Only 2 that include Oklahoma. You also have one that's right over Oklahoma City. Of course, the most populated city in Oklahoma is seeing some of these storms right now that has the potential for hail. And then we have areas to the south. So Wichita Falls, again, you have reports of some pretty large hail now too. That's why I want to focus here for just a second. Let's see if we can switch over to a different radar really quickly. Just a second, guys. What about Edmond? Autumn, we've talked about Edmond a few times. Kate says, I am at OSU in Stillwater. Love the weather stuff and work with weather balloons a lot. Kate, that's so awesome. I love that for you that you love weather and stuff. So thank you so much for watching us. Stillwater is going to probably see some showers and storms here shortly. You're not severe warned right now, which I'm sure you already know if you love weather stuff. But if you do get severe thunderstorm warned, we will keep a close eye on that for you. So again, thanks for jumping on. Let us know where you're watching from. If you have any storm related questions, if you want me to jump anywhere specifically, talk anywhere specifically, please let me know. I will happily jump to your area. I am going quickly to zoom down near Wichita Falls. You can see here we have some of these whites that are starting to show up. Again, I'm circling this here right now on the map. It's on your top left side where you're going to be watching. That's indicating to us, again, when you really start to get in these pinks, these dark purples, the white especially really starts letting us know that there's some pretty large hail that's going to be falling within that storm. So that's going to be very large hail that we're potentially seeing. Right now, it's showing that it could be over 2 inches in diameter. One of the recent reports that we got is right around 2 inches. So that's going to be hen, egg, lime size hail. Just a few minutes ago, we had about a 2.3. So that's getting closer to about tennis ball size hail. So that's going to do damage. If you have hail that is going to be that large, usually you get around that 2+ inch mark, and that hail really can start to cause damage. So seeing some decent hail that's falling right now, going to be to the north side of Wichita Falls. It's going to be moving towards Petrolia, Byers as well, Dean. This has crossed the Red River now. So this is the heaviest, the largest hail is going to be in Texas now. So this storm, the heaviest hail has exited Oklahoma. It's going to be in Texas now. But definitely still something that we're going to be watching closely. And then there's another severe thunderstorm warning to the southeast of Wichita Falls. So Wichita Falls, again, I've said it already tonight, but you've threaded the needle. So where there's more people located directly in Wichita Falls, storm to the north, storm to the south, you actually avoided some of these storms so far. Few more storms out in West Texas. I am going to go back to Oklahoma City because that is the most pressing storm, and it's the most populated storm right now would be the one over Oklahoma City. We're switching radar sites really fast. Give me just half a second. Carlos said, how about Andrews and Midland? Midland, Texas. Is that what you're asking, or is there a place called Andrews and Midland in Oklahoma City? If so, I don't know specifically where that is if it's in Oklahoma City. Kate said, lots of lightning and thunder here, LOL. I'm sure it is. You can see, again, closer to Stillwater where she is. The storms are getting closer, and we've had some smaller hail. Kate, if you were watching and you have the possibility, maybe move that car somewhere, place a carport, awning, garage if you can. If you're in Stillwater, Ripley, Perkins, Langston, you're going to probably want to attempt to move that car. I know we had someone mention Cushing earlier. Again, Cushing, you're not even seeing rain yet, but this northern side of the storm could move that direction. So something to keep an eye on. You may also want to move your car inside. All right, back over Oklahoma City, you can see really where this hail is just straight across. I do still see this area down here that has what people usually associate with a tornado. I don't see anything impressive on my end. Let's zoom into this storm up here. I'm using two different radars right now, guys. Sorry if it's confusing to you. I just want to make sure I'm giving you the best possible analysis that I can. Got one on my phone and I got one over here. So there's still some rotation in this. There's still some greens. There's still some reds that are kind of close to touching. Not a tornado warning. It is a severe thunderstorm warning. The severe thunderstorm warning still goes for 26 more minutes. It's moving to the east at about 25 miles per hour. Max hail size is now up to 1.5 inches. So that's going to be that golf ball, ping pong size hail. I think we have had reports of slightly larger hail at this point in time. So if you were seeing some of these, again, pink colors, that's going to be really the biggest threat. So here's downtown Oklahoma City right here. This is also going to be to the north of you. It's going to be moving towards Forest Park, going to be south of Lake Aluma. Nicholas Hills, this is south of you too. A lot of this is at least. South of you, Nicholas Hills. Again, right now we're seeing warned for about ping pong, golf ball size hail. I think ping pong is closer to what a lot of people are seeing right now. That's about that, 1.25, 1.5. Once you get a little bit higher, that's when we get to the golf balls. And then we haven't had 2-inch size hail reported here for a while. We did have a few reports of some larger hail on the west side of the city when it's closer to Yukon. Carlos said no, Midland, Texas, and Andrews, Texas. We'll jump down to Texas here in just a few minutes. Midland has quite a few, I think, storms near it, or at least in West Texas. So we'll jump down there in just a second, Carlos. Okay, what about Edmond? We can easily jump back to Edmond. Okay. For anyone who just jumped on, I know there's 55 of you guys, please let us know where you're watching from, and we will go over. If you have any questions, I'm happy to go over them again. Edmond is going to be, like I kind of said a few times tonight, with a few different storms. It's threading the needle, like we like to say. So if you can see, I'm going to circle here Edmond really fast. There's a severe thunderstorm warning to the south of Edmond right now. This red is not a tornado warning. I know it might be confusing to some people because you see red on a lot of other products. My specific radar product that I have is red. So for a severe thunderstorm warning, if it was a tornado warning, it would be pink. So this is going to be that area that we're watching over Oklahoma City. Edmond is right here, and then we had some storms to the north of Edmond. So if you were in Edmond, you probably heard a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning strikes too in your area, especially if you were on the west side of Edmond, closer to Deer Creek. There was very heavy rainfall there, but nothing has been severe warned for Edmond at least. And then we do have these storms to the north that are going to move closer to Langston, Stillwater. So if you're going to be kiddos in Stillwater, give them a heads up again that they might want to move their car inside. Nothing is severe warned right now. We've had about quarter-size hail reported along this line, along 35. So we're keeping a close eye on that. But here's back towards Oklahoma City. Real quickly, I know someone asked me about Midland. We can jump down here to Midland. Midland, you have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings over you right now. One of these is not quite as strong, and it's not even in Midland technically, but this is something that I like to see. So if you can see this line, I'm going to point out right here with my mouse ahead of the storm. That's what we like to call an outflow boundary. So when we see an outflow boundary, it's usually an indication that the tornado threat at least is a lot lower. So when you have an outflow boundary, the winds are starting to pick up at that point. But the tornado threat at least is going to be a lot lower. I do think Taylor is actually back in the stream with us here. Let's see if I can get her view. Taylor, I'm popping you back up on the main stream.
Hey, Mikayla, I'm going to turn my video here so that you can see it a little bit bigger. So I am in my car right now because I felt like that was the safest thing. I stopped right about, let me see if I can get the exact street for you here in Oklahoma City. I am just across the street from a CVS at May and Northwest 50th. Now, I stopped in this location because we really started to see some very, very heavy ponding on the roadways. And I wanted to, heed the warnings that we have been telling people all day long. Turn around, don't drown. And I'm pointing you at an intersection right now. I'm not quite sure if you can see it, but there is so much ponding in the middle of this intersection. I was a little afraid if other cars could get through. So we've got some very small hail in my area. Every now and then you hear these little pings on the car, and it's very, very small hail. Not severe. However, if you go just south or east of my location, I promise you, you'll get some larger hailstones. And that's why I stopped, because I wanted to be safe here. Now, the rain is coming down. It is coming down so heavy right now. We have ponding all over the roadways. I'm actually kind of surprised that some of these cars that are coming up from the right here, I'm surprised that they can get through the roadways. Here, let me turn up my windshield wiper a little bit more so you can get a clearer view. But I mean, holy moly, there is so much standing water in this intersection right here. I'm very surprised that some of these cars can get through. We've got ponding just everywhere. So in my location, conditions will improve here in just a few minutes because the rain is going to subside. We've got that storm that's moving to the east of me right now, but we're going to follow it after that, and we're going to see what hail impacts we can find. So we'll keep you guys updated here in Oklahoma City.
Thank you so much, Taylor, for giving us that update. Please stay very safe as you're kind of moving around, and let us know if you're able to find any hail damage or any hail as you are driving around. And again, be very careful. As she mentioned, if you were out this evening, there is ponding in a lot of locations, so please be aware of that. I'm going to move Taylor back down here, and I'm going to put the radar back up so you can see some of this hail that we're talking about in Oklahoma City. Again, where we see some of these pinks and purples, that's where the largest hail is likely falling. We've had reports now of a lot of hail that's fallen. It's just kind of smaller hail that's fallen. So where you're seeing some of these pinks and purples, sometimes that can indicate we have larger hail that is coming down, but it can also mean that maybe there's smaller hail like dimes, pennies, even quarter size hail, but there's just a lot more of it that's falling, and that's kind of giving us that indication too. So we're seeing still quite a bit of hail that's showing up, at least on the radar, north side of Oklahoma City. This is directly north of Oklahoma City now at this point. Still south of Nicholas Hills, though. But if you are on the north side of Oklahoma City, you are more likely than not seeing this. Is going to be along Western. You're going to be seeing this. So Midtown, 235, closer to the On-Q, the Oklahoma Historical Society. This is going to be moving towards you. You're not quite seeing maybe some of this largest hail just yet. It's going to be more close to, I want to say, Heritage Hills, maybe just to the north of that. We've kind of been saying it's been hugging Northwest 23rd Street, where this largest hail is. So we're going to continue to watch this very closely. If I missed anything, I'm going to go back to the chat here for just a second and see. Someone said Northwest Highway out of Oklahoma City has hail. Ronnie said, where is the tornado warning? There is no tornado warnings right now. On my polygon here that is red, that you can see, that is a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning. If it's pink, it's a tornado warning. We had a tornado warning earlier, so people were on with us earlier. We had a tornado warning for southern Oklahoma, southwestern Oklahoma, south of Frederick. It was near Devol, Oklahoma, that a tornado was reported. That was around 6:55 p.m. So at this point, it is now 7:56. So roughly about an hour ago is when that tornado was reported. We have not had a tornado warning since then, just a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings for hail. So we're going to continue to watch that. Han said, what about Norman? Let's zoom out really fast and go down to Norman so you can see there is really not any even rain down in Norman right now, which, we're talking about a lot of rain over the next several days. So Norman, very prone to flooding. So kind of as we transition tonight away from this hail threat, we're going to see a lot of the rains pick back up Thursday night into Friday morning, again, Friday afternoon and Saturday. You're about to have a very wet time coming over the next several days. So flash flooding is definitely going to be something to watch closely, especially in places like Norman. But right now, for at least Norman, you're not dealing with any of this hail. Kate said, thank you for covering this with these lives. You have to repeat. Absolutely, Kate. Yes, trying to repeat as much as I possibly can. I'm sorry I missed a few comments there earlier. Playing catch up, everybody. If I can get it to as quickly as possible. I'm trying not to ignore you guys. I'm trying to look at comments and also check in with our radar over here. If you guys see me looking to the side, it's not me trying to ignore you guys. What you're seeing, I'm sharing my screen, but I'm looking at it on a much larger monitor over here, so I'm able to kind of share this and talk with you guys. So we have had a few reported around 1 inch hail reports in Oklahoma City. Again, we've had a few reports of slightly larger hail too. at this point in time. Some of this could just be coming from the radar. But our team here at HailTrace has been mapping this since it even formed. As soon as the storm started, they were watching this closely. And as soon as some of those reports started coming in, they were watching it. So if you got videos of hail tonight, please tag us. Just add HailTrace where you're watching stuff right now. You can DM us as well. We want to know exactly where you had that hail, exactly those cross streets near you, how large you think the hail was. If you have pictures, if you have videos, that's fantastic. If you can get some safely, obviously, or if you've got some already in the past, please share that with us, just so we like to call it ground truth. We can see up in the radar, obviously, what we're thinking the hail is doing, but then to know actually what it's doing on the ground, that really helps us in so many different ways. So if you have any of those hail videos, hail pictures, please send those to us. Again, at HailTrace, you can DM them to us. If you're watching here on YouTube, you can follow us on our Instagram, on our Facebook, on our Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. We're on all social platforms. So if you're able to find us and have any of those videos, please send them our way. Jesse said, I'm watching from Guthrie. It's noisy and lots of lightning, but everything else seems okay. Guthrie, yes, everything else should be okay for you right now. Not a severe thunderstorm warning, but you do have a lot of heavy rainfall. I'm sure there's been a ton of lightning down there. So glad to hear that everything's okay for you, Jesse. Ronnie said the title shows tornado warning in Oklahoma. Where? Oh, I'm not sure why the title should say tornado warning. On my end, it says live weather, radar, and storms. So I will definitely have to go back and check that later, because no tornado warnings anymore. We did have some earlier, though. Bainrad, thank you, said there was earlier. Nothing now. My end, I don't see that the title says a tornado warning. If I can edit it, I will. I'll definitely have to check that. Mine shows that it says live weather, radar, and storm coverage. But I will work on figuring out where that's coming from, because no, there's not any tornado warning right now, and we had one earlier. So thank you, Ronnie, for letting us know that. I'll definitely have to go back and check that. Does anybody else have any questions? Where are you watching from right now? If not, we're going to kind of jump back towards Oklahoma City, see some of that hail. There still are, actually, we're going to jump back out to Midland really fast. I know we had someone watching from Midland earlier, and there's quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings out in West Texas currently. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 severe thunderstorm warnings in this area. Midland, Odessa, Monahans, you're all in this. Kermit as well. Kermit, your warning actually just expired as soon as I said that. I got a little camera shy. Here's an area right here that you can see that they're talking about having about an inch size hail. So maybe a lot of quarters are falling in this storm near Monahans. That's going to be moving, or it's not in Monahans. It's going to be moving more towards Monahans. And then you can see here's a storm right here. It's going to be west of Odessa, not actually West Odessa, the town, but in general, the storm is west of Odessa, closer to about Goldsmith. This storm is not severe warned, but you still see quite a bit of heavy rainfall, some lightning as well. So that's something to be aware of. Kate says, can confirm. Mine on YouTube says tornado warning. Perfect. Well, I will figure out, Kate, how to change that. Thank you guys for letting me know that. I will mess with that here in just a second and try to figure out why that says tornado warning. That is really good to know. Lubbock, Texas. Someone asked about Lubbock really fast. Lubbock, you were up here. You are in the clear right now. All these storms are south of you. My brother lives in Lubbock, so I'm sure he's happy to know that. You guys had a pretty gnarly hailstorm earlier on this year. I'm sure you don't want any more hail. This is to the south of you right now. So Lubbock, you are not included in this. La Mesa, you have some hail or some heavy rain right now, not really any hail. The severe thunderstorm warnings are going to be for Odessa, Midland, and then closer to Monahans as well. So here's this Midland storm right now. A little bit of an area back directly to the west of Midland, so this could be moving that direction for some small hail, maybe some quarter-size hail. And then areas to the north, too, could see some slightly larger hail, too. Around an inch is what they've warned it for. So there are 2 severe thunderstorm warnings out this direction. Really a bigger thing, too, is I want to show you, if you look on the left, top right, excuse me, you can see these greens and these reds. They're not touching each other, but as you kind of pan through, you see that they're moving kind of together. So it's just really windy. You also see this little blue line ahead of these storms. That's what we talked about earlier as an outflow boundary. So I'm not really worried about a tornado warning at that point with these storms because they have the outflow boundary now. It's becoming more wind dominant. So we've talked to today, if you were watching our noon forecast, and we'll be on again at noon tomorrow. to talk about Friday storm chances, because again, this area that's seeing these storms right now is going to be under the gun again for Friday. But where you're seeing this little outflow boundary right now, that is going to be the area that has the best chance of seeing some pretty strong winds. So a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings out here are warned for some pretty breezy conditions too. So that's what's going on in West Texas. We're going to jump back here to Oklahoma City. You guys hear that little dinging noise? That's my weather team talking. Okay. I'm going to attempt to see if I can change. Someone says, I'm in Western Carter County, Oklahoma. Ringling storm tracking, please. Yep, we can look at that here in just a second. Wanted to switch back over here. Really quick, I want you to see this like skinny band still of hail right over Forest Park. Still going to be south of Edmond. I know a lot of people were asking about Edmond earlier. Edmond is still up here. It's going to be right around Forest Park, north of actual Oklahoma City. Spencer, it's going to be moving closer to you. And then eventually Choctaw, you're not in this warning, but this may come very close to you. If this continues just a direct eastward path, if you are living in Choctaw, you're living near Choctaw, you know someone living near Choctaw, this is going to be still kind of moving that direction. So we're going to watch that closely. I also need to figure out how to make this stop saying that there is a tornado warning. There's not a tornado warning. If anyone's jumping on, it def says live tornado warning. Kate, thank you. I know that it says that. I just don't know where it says that. I believe it's just on YouTube, maybe, that it's saying that. Let's see. Update titles. Update all. Okay, we're going to click something that says update all. You guys let me know if that fixed the problem. I tried to just update all of them to say live weather radar and storm updates. If that didn't work, please let me know. We'll see if I can get this eventually. So I attempted to change it. You guys let me know again if that did change anything. Okay. We're going to jump back to Carter County Ringling storm. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm still not the best with every single one of my counties. Carter County, I believe, is to the north. Correct me, though, if I'm moving the wrong way. I came from Tulsa before I worked at HailTrace. Fun fact about me, if you didn't know that. And so newest OKC warning is for 2-inch size hail. So that's good to know. So there's a new... mine hasn't changed just yet. It still says 9 minutes left, but there's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just about to pop up over Oklahoma City. And it's going to be issued for 2-inch size hail. Or maybe they just redid the original. I think they just redid. They just kind of canceled people out on the backside. So this is going to be issued for 2-inch size hail now. So what we talked about 2-inch size hail, again, if you're like, oh, Mikayla, I don't know immediately what that's going to be. 2-inch size hail is going to be roughly around hen egg to like lime size hail. So once you get to like 2 1/4, that's about tennis balls. 2.75, that's around baseball size hail. So really once you get to that 2-inch mark, I mean, hail does get pretty damaging. You're over golf balls, you're over ping balls at that point. So that's what they're issuing now for parts of northern side of Oklahoma City. So again, Forest Park, Spencer, Nakoma Park, Midwest City, this is going to miss you. This is going to be to the north of you. Edmond, I know, again, a lot of people have been watching from Edmond. This is also to the south of you, but you could still see quite a bit of lightning on the southeast side of Edmond. Arcadia, this is going to be the south of you. Luther, this is going to be the south of you. Jones, I think the largest hail is going to be to the south of you, but we could see some hail close to you. So if you're watching there, but really if you're in Spencer, if you're in Choctaw, eventually if you're in Hara, I think it's Hara. If you're in Hara, this is going to be moving your direction if this is able to stay together. It's moving directly to the east. It's moving to the east at about 20 miles. So it's not moving northeast. It's not moving southeast. It's moving directly to the east at about 20 miles per hour. So that means it's going to be moving your direction. Still about 8 minutes left on the severe thunderstorm warning, but I wouldn't be shocked if we end up getting another one. Getting a few more reports. not trying to ignore you guys. Our weather team is all giving live reports. We all kind of live in Oklahoma City area, so everyone's reporting what they had. Looks so far that a lot of this is missing some people at HailTrace, which is good. They were talking about in our group chat, Tinker. This is going to be to the north of Tinker. So if you're in Tinker Air Force Base, you should be good. If you guys are watching and joining us again, there's about 40 people on live from different areas. Some of you are on YouTube. Some of you are on Facebook. Please let us know where you're watching from if you have any specific questions. And I have not got to them yet. I will scroll down over here to make sure. I think I'm caught up. Kate was the last comment, says it definitely says live tornado warning. I think I fixed that, guys. That was about 5 minutes ago. I think I fixed that. Could be wrong. I think I fixed it. Also want to mention too, earlier we had meteorologist Taylor Cox out. She's been driving around kind of giving us some of these shots of different locations around Oklahoma City. She's been chasing some of these storms. And one thing that she's been mentioning a lot is just how a lot of these storms, the ponding on the roadway, drainage, if you live in Oklahoma City, you know, is not fantastic. It's really bad, honestly. And that's going to continue to be a problem that we see, is going to be ponding on the roadway. So if you see water covering a roadway, you don't want your car to stall out, please turn around, don't drown. Also, there's going to be more rain over the next few days. So flooding and flash flooding specifically is going to still become very much a likelihood over the next few days. Okay, we have an update to this. This looks like the storm is getting a little bit stronger, actually. So we're going to zoom in now here so you can see where you're getting these purple colors. Again, these white colors. That's going to be where the largest hail is currently at this point in time. So going to be to the south side of Forest Park. But you see where these pinks and purples and whites are. That is the area that has the largest hail currently falling in this storm. So let's look and see. This is going to be along the Canadian River, I believe. Maybe just south of it too. Lost Lakes Adventure Park. You might be seeing some of this pretty large hail right now if I were a betting person. There's a 7-Eleven. Again, this is still hugging 23rd Street. This is going to be north of Midwest City, so I'm not as concerned. There's Midwest City right there. So it's between Midwest City and Forest Park. 62, this is going to be kind of along that highway. Just Burgers, eventually, if people know where that is. That's going to be on 23rd and North Midwest Boulevard. It's going to be heading your way here very soon, if not already there, that we're seeing some of this larger hail. So a lot of people in Oklahoma City seeing, wow, that really is ramping up. Again, some pretty big hail now. This is on the east side of Oklahoma City now. So we had some pretty large hail on the west side of Oklahoma City as it was coming in. Now we're seeing some pretty large hail on the east side of Oklahoma City as well too. Here are these pinks and these purples and these whites. That's going to be indications that we're seeing some large hail. This is our reflectivity that we're seeing right now. I'm hovering over this. The radar wants to estimate at about 2.85 inches. So that would be roughly around tennis ball size hail. Again, this is the radar that's indicating that. So is that actually what's falling? Probably not. There's probably some hail that's a little bit smaller. Just a friendly reminder too, that our meteorologists are currently mapping this right now. You hear me talking about this. You heard Taylor earlier. She's going to try to jump back on when she gets home, I believe. We are talking to you as this is happening. We are more of the broadcast. We want to tell you as these storms are happening. But our meteorologists at HailTrace are watching this right now. They've been watching it all day. Not even this storm, but other severe thunderstorm warnings too across the area, storms that aren't severe. They're watching everything that's going on right now. They are mapping every single severe thunderstorm warning, every report of hail, the tornado warning earlier. If there's truly a tornado on the ground, they're going to have a map of that tornado in the path as well. So they are keeping a close eye on all of these storms currently for you. So if you are impacted by maybe some large hail tonight, impacted by a tornado, know someone who was, you can always call us and you can get a wind, hail, or tornado map as well. And if any of our roofers are on right now, you're probably eyeballing these storms really big. You know, you want to make sure your subscription is up to date so you can get these maps first thing as soon as they're done and you know where to be tomorrow morning. So there we go. This is the east side of Oklahoma City. We're still seeing, again, these pinks, these purples, these whites. That's going to indicate some pretty large hail is falling to the south side of Forest Park, north of Midwest City, going to be moving towards Nakoma Park as well. Really just kind of going along 23rd Street. 2. That is really big hail that's falling right now, at least from the radar. It's what it's indicating to us. Let's jump in and see what some of our meteorologists, our experts are saying. Yeah, everyone's in agreement. That's really, really large hail. All right, there's still 36 people watching. If you're watching, if you just joined on, thank you for joining us. If you did not just join on and you've been with us for a while, thank you also for being on here. I'm meteorologist Mikayla Smith. You're watching HailTrace right now. Our other meteorologist, Taylor Cox, she had decided to go chase some of these storms. So I think she's heading home right now from seeing some of these storms. But she gave us live reports earlier from Edmond, where some of these storms are kind of starting to move in. Edmond lucked out. They threaded the needle. To the north side, we had some storms. To the south side, we have this major storm that's going on right now that I'm sharing my screen with you right now, that we have this severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma City. They have not issued a new severe thunderstorm warning yet. This one is going to end in 1 minute roughly. I'm going to be shocked if Norman 100% is going to have to issue another severe thunderstorm warning. They have not just yet, which makes me think that they're discussing how big they want to make the hail in this newest warning. But it says this expires in 1 minute and that the hail has been roughly about 2 inches in diameter. So again, that's going to be about the size of a hen egg, lime. That's going to be roughly around 2-inch size hail. This says it's going to end in 1 minute, 15 seconds. So we're going to see if it truly does. I have a hard time believing that. Still getting reports that hail could be around 2 inches right now. So that's large hail. Really quickly before they give us that new warning, I want you to take a wide view. This is the only severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma. So if you're watching from Oklahoma, of course, it is the most populated area right now that's being impacted. But there's only one severe thunderstorm warning. It is over Oklahoma City. And then we had some storms earlier near Wichita Falls. These still have some small hail being reported inside of them. We've had some hail that's kind of subsevere. That means it's less than 1 inch in diameter, so less than quarter size. You might have some penny size hail, maybe some nickels if you're, really kind of stretching. But at that point, these severe thunderstorm warnings have been allowed to expire near Wichita Falls. There are some more storms back now to your southwest of Wichita Falls. So Seymour, Benjamin, Throckmorton, you're seeing some of these storms starting to go up over that way too. So we'll have to keep a close eye on that. And then there's more storms back still near Midland, Odessa, Big Spring. You're not in this severe thunderstorm warning just yet. It's still near Midland and Odessa. We can jump over here really quickly. If there's anybody wanting me to jump to somewhere else, please just feel free to let me know. Midland, you're not really seeing any large hail right now, just a lot of strong winds potentially and heavy rainfall. The hail threat is honestly pretty limited out here. I'm looking at these storms, guys, and they're not that impressive. Max hail size is maybe quarters. I think a lot of these are severe for the winds. The winds, you can see if I kind of go back a little bit, they're very, very breezy. These reds and these greens, you see some pretty strong storms right now. Outflow boundary, pretty impressive. So watching these storms, we've had another area that there's storms have been some decent sized hail near Monahans as well. But overall, I think the biggest hail that's been out here so far has been maybe ping pongs. Most of it's been quarter size hail, so it's been significantly smaller than areas back towards Oklahoma City. And you can also see, again, this outflow boundary, this blue line right here. Those are winds ahead of these storms, so you might not even be in the range just yet, and you're seeing some really breezy conditions. Camille said traveling to El Reno will be arriving around midnight. Will it still be raining around that time? Camille, there's definitely a possibility of that happening. Let me see if I can. Okay, hold on. Real quickly before we go over there, Camille, I want to show you this new severe thunderstorm warning. It goes for 43 minutes, so we're going to switch back over to Oklahoma City real quick. I promise you, Camille, I'm going to jump right back there in a second. But I want to show everybody this updated severe thunderstorm warning. So this is our new one. It includes Spencer, Choctaw, Hara. We talked about you earlier. We said you weren't in the previous severe thunderstorm warning. If we got a new one, you would likely be in that. You are in that new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's zoom in here. We are still seeing some really large hail east of Forest Park now, between Forest Park and Midwest City. Let's see what this street is. I'm going to try to pull this up on my phone right now to just get a better idea of what street exactly this is. Okay, we're going to say I think it's between North Sooner Road. It might be between there and North Air Depot Boulevard. I think those are the two streets that this hail is kind of the largest falling right now. So again, North Sooner Road, North Air Depot Road, the 7-Eleven fuel station, if you know where that is, right along Northeast 10th Street in Oklahoma City. That's going to be that area that this largest hail is currently falling. Our radar, again, is indicating to us right now we have about 2-inch size hail, so that's going to be hen egg, lime size we've been mentioning. With some of these whites on there, again, I think that could be slightly larger hail, but this also could be maybe smaller hail. This could be showing us smaller hail that's falling, just a lot of it is falling in one time. So that's another possibility here too. I'm going to stop screen sharing for just a second on this screen. Hey, there's a cool video from earlier. I'm going to put myself up here really quickly. I'm going to go pull up a different window really fast for you guys. I want to show really quickly. Let's see if I can pull up a future model run. We specifically were talking about El Reno. Okay, I'm going to try to share my screen with you guys really fast. Bear with me. I have a bajillion tabs. So maybe I can just share this one. Hey, okay. Okay, so this is going to be more towards, this is right here, this box. This is Oklahoma City. This is Cleveland County. So El Reno is going to be over here. So this is kind of what we're dealing with right now, this line of storms that you can see. This is going to move out tonight, and then we're going to have more storms that develop. So this is right around 7-ish, 0 to Z. So that puts you at about 2 a.m. local time. So if you're getting, you said, to El Reno around midnight, you may look out. A lot of the rain could be on a pause at the moment, but then really right around 2, 3 a.m., you can see for Oklahoma City especially, storms are going to start to pick back up, and really just heavy rainfall overnight for Oklahoma City and Norman, and then areas off towards the east. If you're in eastern Oklahoma, again, I mentioned earlier, I came from Tulsa, that Tulsa down to the south, all the way really towards southeastern Oklahoma, Broken Bow, you're going to be dealing with some heavy rainfall going into your Friday morning too. So you can kind of see again that transition I'm showing you guys. Here's the storms right now, and they're moving to the east. They're going to weaken as they move towards the east, but they could still start to get to some of those far eastern counties. Tulsa County, you might be seeing some of that here shortly. McAllister, you might see some of that too. People in Stillwater earlier were already hearing some of the thunder, seeing the lightning. You're going to probably see some of these storms here soon. And then we'll have a small break, a little lull, if you will. And then we're going to have more storms that redevelop tonight. So hopefully that helps give you some idea of what we're talking about here. I'm going to put myself back up here really quickly, and then I'm going to grab this radar yet again. Because this is the bread and butter, guys. We want to talk about the radar. We want to see the radar. We want to know what's going on. That's the most important thing right now. Did you guys catch earlier too my shirt? It says Oklahoma, and it has a lot of radar on it. I think it's pretty cool. I got it at the fair this year. Hey, there's still 37 of you guys on here. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. If you guys are watching us on YouTube or somewhere, make sure that you like, that you subscribe, because especially right now, it's more of this fall severe weather season. But once we get into spring, hey, we get storms like this, we are going to be live for you guys as long as we can. So we're going to stay on a little bit longer tonight too, just because we still have Oklahoma City getting impacted by this storm with a lot of hail currently. We're still getting indications that this hail is around 2 inches. For some of us in spots. So if you were on the eastern side of Oklahoma City, again, if you were watching us in Oklahoma City itself, if you were on the west side, Yukon, Bethany, Mustang, if you're to the south side, Moore, Newcastle, Norman, this is not impacting you. You can go to bed now because you might be woken up to storms around 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I know it's 8 o'clock. You're like, okay, I don't have to go to bed yet. They turn on the thunder if they're still playing. Hey, they were playing earlier. Someone, if you want to update me on the score, I haven't had a chance to check. Let me know if the Thunder are doing well or not. It's 37 of you guys. But again, thank you so much for being on and joining us. If you are watching from somewhere specific, let us know where you're watching from. It's always fun for us to know who is on and where they are watching from. Here's our biggest storm of concern. Still impacting a lot of the metro right now. It is not over Oklahoma City itself anymore. It is now, as part of it has been cleared off. It's going to be to the west or east side, excuse me. Someone said, do you think that storm will produce a tornado warning? No, I don't currently think that's going to happen. There's really not a significant amount of rotation I'm not going to never say never, because storms in Oklahoma like to do some crazy things, but it is trying to ramp up some, with the hail size. So I don't want to say, again, never say never, but I don't think that the atmosphere is necessarily primed for a tornado right now, if you will. We had a tornado in southwestern Oklahoma earlier, but I think we'll have to watch this one, but I still think the major concern right now with the storm in Oklahoma City is hail, and that's what we've continued to see for the last several hours has been hail. Just trying to catch myself up on everything that's going on, guys. It's a lot to take in. One of my coworkers, Ben, he's watching. Thanks, Ben. He gave me a thunder update. I appreciate that. Shout out, Ben. He's a real one for that. So, guys, still there's 28 of you now. We're losing some people. Still have a storm east side of Oklahoma City. Spencer, Choctaw, hurrah, you are still in this. Hera, I keep saying hurrah. Hera, you were in this. McLeod, you were not included in this severe thunderstorm warning. If this continues its eastward track, it doesn't weaken significantly. I wouldn't be shocked if we get another one eventually down the line. McLeod, you might be included at that point in time as well. Dale, you might be included. Shawnee, I think this is going to miss you. I know some people might be watching from Shawnee, especially with college there. Don't think it's going to impact Shawnee. I think it is going to be to the north of Shawnee. Eventually, maybe Meeker, you might see this, but right now, really, our focus is over Midwest City, Nakoma Park, Choctaw. You're seeing some of this really heavy rainfall, some frequent lightning, probably quite a bit of rumbles of thunder. And then we're still seeing some decent sized hail. Still getting reports that radar indicated, at least, is showing it could be up to about 2 inches of hail. I don't think we're necessarily seeing actually 2 inches of hail right now in some of these spots. Okay, catching up on life, everybody. Where are you guys watching from? Is everybody still here from the same place as earlier? I know we had some Edmond questions. We had some questions about getting to El Reno. We had someone in here watching from Stillwater earlier. Kyle was in here watching earlier near Lubbock. Lubbock, you're good. I know Lubbock had some crazy severe weather earlier on this year. Really big hailstorm back in, I think it was July. Nothing like that tonight, at least currently. Cool. You guys are nice and chill right now. Well, we'll jump back in and continue to watch the storm. I'm going to zoom out really fast, give everyone kind of an update on what's going on. We have a flash flood warning. We can jump over to see that. Let's get to one of these radars a little bit closer. So for someone asking about Lubbock earlier, here's Lubbock, KLBB, that's Lubbock. Nothing in Lubbock right now. We do have a flash flood warning that's going to go for the next 2 hours and 4 minutes. Doppler radar indicated slow-moving thunderstorms producing very heavy rainfall across the area. Up to 3 inches of rain has fallen so far. Additional rainfalls up to an inch and a half are possible. So some cities in here, I don't really see any cities in here, but if you're downstream of this, that's going to be Hamlin, Tuxedo, Texas. This is all in Texas right now talking about. That's going to be the area that's highlighted. Stanford, you're a little bit out of this. I don't know if it'll make it quite all the way to you, but there is an area here that we are dealing with flash flooding right now. Again, radar indicated over 3 inches of rainfall has fallen in some of these spots. So that is definitely something worth watching. And we've kind of mentioned multiple times throughout the day today, if you've seen some of our social media channels, hey, if you have not and you're joining us on YouTube or somewhere else, Facebook, make sure you give us a like, make sure you give us a follow, but also go follow us on some of our other social medias, on Instagram, on TikTok, Twitter, X, wherever you are. Again, if you're not following us there, make sure you are, because as we get closer to severe weather season, storm season, typically in late March and into early June, especially here in Oklahoma where HailTrace is located, we are in Edmond. Things get pretty crazy. We are always trying to update you guys on some of the storms that are happening there. So do that. But we're also going to be watching closely for flash flooding over the next few days. We have a flood watch for a lot of Oklahoma that got issued today, and it goes through Saturday. Expecting a lot of rainfall the rest of tonight into tomorrow, and even heading into really the day Friday, going into Saturday. If anyone's going to the OU Ole Miss game in Norman at 11 a.m., that's going to be a pretty wet game too, it looks likely. So pack your ponchos. I don't think you can bring umbrellas into the stadium, but pack the ponchos. Pack the ponchos. Don't wear shoes that you don't want to get messed up and muddy, because it looks like it's going to be a pretty wet game on Saturday in Norman. One flash flood warning right now. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 thunderstorm warnings. All of those are in Texas, but we have our one that's still over parts of Oklahoma City. Everything else is back into West Texas. We can take a close look here again towards Midland. I think a lot of these have only been warned for about quarter-size hail, and more it's just been for these kind of breezy conditions. Yeah, there it is again. We have this outflow boundary ahead of these storms. So you can see in our reflectivity right now where these reds and these greens kind of touch. That's showing you some pretty breezy conditions. So where that outflow boundary is, things might get even windy before you even see the rain, before the storms really start to get there. So that's something just to be aware of, is that we do have some pretty strong winds ahead of this main line of storms. Odessa, you could see some smaller hail might be mixing in. I'm talking about maybe dimes. If you largest this could be probably is quarter-size hail. It's in West Odessa right now. Not actually in the city of Odessa just yet. Midland, some showers to the north of you. Big Springs, showers to the north of you. Snyder, you have a severe thunderstorm warning moving your direction as well. And then there's our flash flood warning. Sweet. I'm jumping back to Oklahoma City. Biggest area being impacted. As it moves more towards the east, it's going to start moving away from more populated areas, but it's still over Midwest City right now. Choctaw, you're still included in this too. Hera as well. Zooming back in. Hey, and there's still some storms to the north, and none of these are severe warning, but Stillwater, Perkins, Langston, Kearney, you're seeing some of this rain. Someone was watching from Cushing earlier. Cushing, you're still nice and dry, but that rain is moving your direction. It's not severe at this point in time, but you are going to have the chance to probably start to hear some thunder shortly and see some flashes of lightning. This goes up to the north too. Ponca City, you were seeing some of this rain. Now it's to the east of you. So Fairfax is getting ready to move into parts of Osage County as well. Pahominy, Cleveland, you're going to see some of this rainfall here within the few hours. Eventually this might, if it stays together, get to Tulsa County as well. Creek County right before. That's what's up Bristow. You might see some of this rain. Zooming in. Still getting hail reports with this storm. Heaviest, largest hail now. Looks like it's actually going to miss Choctaw. So that's what's interesting that's happening here. I want you to kind of go back and look at this. This was moving directly east. So as it came on the west side of Oklahoma City, it moved directly east across the north side of Oklahoma City, and then eventually it left on the other side. Now we're seeing this taking more of a southerly track. So even now, okay, you can see that National Weather Service Norman has just kind of highlighted a new area. They've cut out nearly Choctaw. You're almost out of this, honestly, this morning. But now they're focusing on areas back to the south. So it's kind of changing directions a little bit here. Still getting over 1 inch hail reported. Lots of locations here. Our meteorologists are currently mapping this right now, like I've mentioned a few times, but if you just joined us, I'm one of the meteorologists here at HailTrace. I'm talking to you guys live, but we also have other meteorologists that are mapping the storm to completion. They've been mapping it as it's been moving across Oklahoma City, other places as well. So as soon as this storm wraps up, we will have obviously a full hit that we'll be able to tell you guys about. I think Taylor actually just jumped back on. Let's see if we can get her back on here.
Yes, I'm showing you a view of this storm that is now just in the western side of what is that, or eastern side of Midwest City. I mean, it is a full-on lightning show. I wanted to pull over and give you kind of a look at the structure of this storm just because there is so much lightning here. Now, on my way down here, I wanted to give you kind of an update of what I saw in Oklahoma City. Not only was it just torrential rain, you know, we saw so much rain that really brought flooding, ponding to the roadways. A lot of people were slowing down on the highways, which they should. You know, we were really glad to see that. They were also flashing their hazards on the highway. You know, they were making sure that they were slowing down and, you know, really taking their precautions. So that was really good. Another thing that I saw on my way over and that I'm not really seeing here, I don't think I'm in the right place for it here, but you can see all these green leaves that, you know, are still on a lot of the bushes and the trees outside right now because we've gotten some good rain over the last month or two. And so a lot of our leaves, they're still green, right? Well, now they are scattered all over the road. It looked like it snowed leaves in some places. And all of that is thanks to this small hail that fell all across the central and southern side of Oklahoma City downtown area. You know, we saw some smaller hail in those areas, probably a little wind driven, potentially in some of those areas. So I did see like a ton of leaves on the ground, and that really indicates, you know, just the trees shredded indicates that we absolutely got some hail in those areas as well. So you're looking at the lightning show as I follow this storm out on the eastern side of Oklahoma City right now. For my exact location, I will give it to you 1 second. We've been all over the city tonight.
Did you drag your husband along with you?
You know, he didn't want to go, but I thought he would love it. So it is the Regal Warren in Midwest City. That is where we are right now.
Ooh, that was a cool strike that you just got there.
Yeah. I mean, it has been an absolute lightning show. We really have had a little bit of everything tonight. You know, we saw the strong wind. We got a 2-inch size hail report as well from the storm that's in the eastern side of Midwest City right now. I'm kind of catching up on the radar. And I'm sure if I would be, well, I was going to say, I'm sure if I would be quiet for a minute and not give you all my updates, you could hear the rumble of thunder. I mean, it's loud in this area. Yeah, we've got such a great lightning show in front of us. But I know a lot of people, of course, are dealing with that storm. It looks like we've got a 2-inch hail report with that storm in Midwest City. You may have said that already, Michaela. I apologize if I'm repeating some things here.
You're good. I've been on a loop for the last hour, so.
And I'm just kind of catching up but I can tell you, you know, it's still a little chilly out here. I think that temperatures are going to drop behind the storm. So anyone who has already felt that storm tonight, seen that go through Oklahoma City, just be prepared for those cooler temperatures tomorrow. And we're not done. This is not a one and done type of system. You know, we're going to see another round of storms moving through later on tonight, most likely. And if not tonight, early tomorrow morning. We'll see more rain as well. So all the ponding, you know, and I'll actually kind of walk over here a little bit. We'll walk a little bit here. Here. I'll show you. I mean, there's a ton of water on the roadway. You know, right now you're just seeing little puddles, right? But like we've seen so much water on the roadway. All of this water, you know, it's not going to just go away overnight. And then we're going to get another round of storms on top of that. It's going to be very hard for the drainage to keep up with all of this water that we're going to get. So I'm sure you've talked about the flooding, but that's absolutely something that we need to keep our eye on, is going to be that flooding risk as well as we head into the early morning hours.
Absolutely. Yeah, Taylor, we've been talking about that too. And when you mentioned ponding earlier, no, we talked about that as well. So definitely something we're going to keep a close eye on. I just can't get over how much lightning you're seeing. This is so electric right now to see that storm. I would absolutely love to just sit out there and watch that right now. People, if you're watching this from home and you're somewhere safely, hey, maybe you can see a little storm for yourself and you can just sit on your back porch and watch a lightning show right now. It's really cool, Taylor. Thanks for letting us see this.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it has been so much lightning from both sides of this storm. You know, we watched it come in as the storm was approaching Edmond, and we saw all of that lightning from some of our western Oklahoma City cameras. We saw it out in the western side of Oklahoma City and in the southwest as well, where we just saw so much lightning and thunder. Of course, the hail on top of that, and then now from the backside of the storm, we're continuing to see just an absolutely insane lightning show. I'm just kind of getting caught up on some other reports here. we're going to do some through the evening hours. So if you guys wonder out there who's watching, what we do after these storms go through the big cities is if you want us to leave the radar up for you guys, let us know. We'll leave the radar up for you. What we do afterwards, though, is we go through and we scour the internet for different pictures of hail and wind and tornado impacts. So, of course, we had that tornado report down in southern Oklahoma earlier on tonight. I don't know if there were anything impacted down there, but we do know that there were hail impacts tonight. We do know that there were some strong winds as well. So we'll make sure that we're posting all of that to our social media pages, and we'll make sure that you guys stay informed, not only now, but through the morning hours as well. So for everyone watching right now, you guys may be getting ready for bed, but we'll make sure that we've got things for you to be updated on as we head into the next few hours as well.
Absolutely. And like we've mentioned a few times tonight too, guys, if you were able to catch any of this hail, if you were able to see any of this yourself, you were able to get out safely at any point in time and capture these videos of hail, get some pictures of hail, give us a size estimate, please send them to us at HailTrace. It's just, again, where you're watching us from. If you're on Twitter right now, if you're watching us from YouTube, if you're watching us anywhere, Facebook especially, DM us a picture of some of that hail so we can see the size of it too. So that helps us with our ground truth to have a better idea of exactly what the hail looked like when it left the atmosphere and then it made it to the ground. We'll keep Taylor's light show up here for just a second, and then we'll jump back on with the radar. I want to show you that we've extended this radar now more towards the south. The severe thunderstorm warning, at least. So we kind of talked about how this was changing trajectories. Earlier, it was taking just a directly eastward path. So when it started on the west side of Oklahoma City, it was closer to Bethany. It was Yukon, then Bethany, then Oklahoma City, then it was Midwest City. And now it's started to really change direction. So we can even go back and again see some of these previous scans. We were moving just directly east, and now we've really taken a southern trajectory with this. And when we've been doing that, the wind speeds have also started to pick up. So you might be seeing some of these wind gusts a little bit stronger now. And that means because of the southward track to this change, we're highlighting a few new areas now here. That's going to be something to watch closely. We'll be moving more towards the south. You're not in this current severe thunderstorm warning, but eventually, you could be if this continues to move more towards the southeast. So it's leaving Midwest City. You can even come back here and see. We're going to show you some of these hail reports. We've had a 2-inch report come in. We've had 1.25, 1 inch, 1 inch. So we're getting some of these reports of some pretty large hail again from the storm system tonight. Here again are these pinks that you're seeing. We're not seeing the deep dark purple like we were earlier. We're not seeing the white like we were earlier. So at this point in time, some of these hail sizes look like they're slightly smaller, or the hail could still be, smaller-ish, but we could be seeing a lot more volume, and that's why we're still seeing these pinks and these darker purples. We're still, seeing what could be larger hailstones, but maybe it's just more of them that are falling. So if you're in these areas, again, you're in the severe thunderstorm warning, definitely make sure you're kind of away from those outside walls, especially the windows, because wind-driven hail can still be pretty impactful. And like I just mentioned to you guys too, you can start to see these greens and reds. They're not touching each other like they would with a tornado. If they're really close together, they're kind of more of a line and touching each other. So that's showing us that we're seeing more of a wind threat starting to attempt to take over here. At that point too, earlier, kind of if I zoom out slightly, you can see when this was changing directions, there's a few more showers now to the south that we're noticing. When this was changing directions earlier, you can kind of see this little bit of blue out and in front of it. That was it attempting to have a little bit of an outflow boundary. But now it's kind of flattening like a pancake too. Earlier we had that look and everybody's like, is that a tornado? Is that a tornado? Because it had that tornado look, it had that little hook there on the end. Now it's kind of flattening out like a pancake as it moves more towards the south. That's the best analogy I can give you guys. So I'm less concerned about the tornado risk at this point. It's more, right now at least, I think it's just the winds now are really starting to pick up. Let's take another look at a different radar. I got different radars here for you. This is also getting really close to our radar. You see where it looks like these colors kind of close by. So This is KTLX. This is the radar site. You can see just how close this actually is. So it's not getting as high up a storm, too, as we would typically, want to see, just because the radar is so close. It can only get to a certain height in the radar. So this hail technically could be slightly larger. We're just not able to see fully as high up in the atmosphere as we would want to be, because this is so close to the radar now. Hey, there's 35 of you on here right now. We've had a little uptick. Thank you for joining us if you've just got on with us live. I don't know if this was able to change from YouTube earlier. No, there's no current tornado warnings right now. We're just tracking a severe thunderstorm warning over Oklahoma City. This is now on the east side of Oklahoma City, so it's left really downtown OKC, Midwest City, and now it's tracking closer to our radar site. Eventually, maybe get closer to pink Oklahoma as well. So we're still watching this. We're going to keep this going for a little bit longer as it gets away from the metro and more towards some rural parts of Oklahoma. And then at that point, you're probably going to see us maybe hopping off because as our job as digital meteorologists too, we're going to keep the radar running for you guys too, but we want to start scouring the internet a little bit more. We want to see some hail videos and pictures, tonight if we can, so we can share those with you guys first thing tomorrow morning. See some of those videos coming in, because a lot of people, again, impacted by hail in parts of Oklahoma City tonight. So if you know anyone that got impacted by hail, hit by hail, please have them reach out to us, see if we can use and share some of their videos and pictures. We would love to do that. And also just it helps our meteorologists in-house. Again, we have 18 meteorologists on staff here at HailTrace, and they are mapping this storm exactly right now. Since it started on the west side of Oklahoma City, they're mapping other storms too for you. But they know exactly how large the hail was falling here, and they're going to have a full map for you. We do our maps based on stars, so 1 star up to 5 star. 5 star is going to be it impacted the most people. It was really costly, that kind of situation, and then they go down 1 star hail events, barely on the map, barely impacted people, that type of situation. So we usually post about our maps if they're larger than 3 stars. So wouldn't be shocked if this is a 3-star hail map or greater. So definitely be on the lookout for that. And if you want to be contributing to that, again, if you have any hail video or hail pictures, please share those with us. So let us know where you're watching from. I'm meteorologist Mikayla Smith. Again, this is HailTrace that you're watching it with. We are still tracking the severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be on the east side of Oklahoma City. Now it is going to be southeast of even Midwest City. Choctaw, you're likely going to get cut out of this warning here soon. Hera as well. McLeod, you're nodding, and I don't think really the hail is going to impact you as much. This is moving directly towards our radar right now, and then eventually pink Oklahoma. You may actually end up seeing this morning. And if this were to continue a southeasterly track, you're talking about Etowah, you might see this too at some point. Brooksville, really, if you're keeping this going. Asher, you may see this at some point. I think this storm will continue to weaken here within the next few hours, but we'll keep watching it. We still have our northern severe thunderstorm warning 15. For both of our severe thunderstorm warnings, we still have 15 minutes left. So at least we're going to keep it going. At least we'll stay with you guys on until that is allowed to expire, if it is allowed to expire. Hey, really quickly, I want to show you guys this wide view of what we're watching right now. So you can see here's Oklahoma. We have 1 severe thunderstorm, 2 warnings technically right now, as it's been moving more towards the southeast. But then again, like I just mentioned, that's going to expire here in about 15 minutes or so. So there's that warning. These are red polygons. These are not tornado warnings, just the software that I'm using. They show up red. If it was a tornado warning, it would be pink. I know that may be slightly confusing to some people who maybe watch a lot of severe weather type coverage. I know someone said, you're prettier than Max. I don't know if you're referring to Max Velocity, but thank you if you are. I am also degreed, just like Max, just degreed slightly longer than he's been. I've worked in TV. I worked in Sherman, Texas. I've worked in the Tulsa area. Now I'm here in Oklahoma City, and we are happy that you're watching us tonight. So thank you guys for joining us. Let us know again where you're watching from. Here's another severe thunderstorm warning for possibly 2-inch hail. So we talked about Wichita Falls earlier, how there was a storm to the north of you. I want to remind you guys too, near Frederick, Oklahoma, that's where we had a storm earlier. And then just around DeVol, that's where we had a tornado warning reported earlier. Have not yet confirmed still that tornado was on the ground. We would love to share that with you guys later if we are able to do that. We just had a tornado reported. So the National Weather Center in Norman was able to issue a tornado warning with that storm. Looks pretty likely that there was probably a tornado on the ground if you joined us on our stream way back when we were watching that. No active tornado warnings right now, but there is still a severe thunderstorm warning east of Wichita Falls now, and it's going to be close to Stanfield and then moving towards Belcherville as well. Radar is indicating around 2.5-inch size hail. I think that might be slightly overestimating exactly how large that hail is. But even if it's around 2 inches, again, that's going to be lime to a hen egg size. That could still definitely be damaging. So please, if you were in that area, step away from those walls, step away from those windows. Walls are probably okay. Windows, step away from that. And we're going to continue to watch that. There's a tiny little bit of greens and reds touching here. I'm not overly concerned with a tornado warning. But hey, one thing I do want to point out to you guys is we're seeing really this line of storms starting to form from Oklahoma City down through Wichita Falls and back towards West Texas as well. We had more severe thunderstorm warnings earlier out here near Midland and Odessa. Those have been allowed to expire. We do have one flash flood warning that goes for the next 1 hour and 42 minutes. I zoomed in earlier and I didn't really see any towns in this area, but we could see some of this rain kind of moving maybe to the south. So areas like Hamlin, Tuxedo, Texas. I want you to be weather aware just because, again, you do have that flash flood warning. That means a lot of rain is falling in a very short amount of time. And we talked a little bit earlier when Taylor was on here too, that flash flooding is going to be a possibility over the next several days, not only today, but especially Friday and even Saturday as well. We could see quite a bit of rain falling in a very short amount of time. So at that point in time, again, we're going to definitely be watching things very closely. He says, what is Sulphur looking like? Sulphur, Oklahoma or Sulphur, Texas? I want to make sure I know exactly where I'm looking. I'm new to this national stuff, guys. Not going to lie to you. Homer said, do you know how bad it's going to get tomorrow night in San Antonio? San Antonio, real quick while I'm waiting to figure out, I think it's Sulphur, Oklahoma, but I could be wrong. I know there's a Sulphur Springs, Texas, so I want to make sure that I'm not jumping the gun here. Let me look for, there's Sulphur. Boom, got it. Okay, really quick, we'll go to Sulphur, Oklahoma. Thank you, Cody. We'll go to Sulphur, Oklahoma, and then Homer, we'll talk about San Antonio tomorrow. I can actually show you guys a view of what some of those storms tomorrow might be looking like. Sulphur, right now, you're seeing some rainfall from Ada, Sulphur, down closer to Davis to Springer. Really just rain. You might get some lightning, hear some thunder. I don't think really the hail threat, if that's what you're concerned about, Cody. I think the hail threat's going to be pretty limited tonight. The tornado threat's basically over at this point in time. We kind of had that perfect window earlier that if we were going to see a tornado warning, we had one. So that's what we were looking at. But now at this point in time, I think that window is kind of closing. But could you still see storms? Absolutely. There's going to be the chance for storms overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. Those storms, kind of like we talked about earlier, someone was asking if they were driving to El Reno right around midnight, would they be able to get there, safely? And right around that midnight to 1 a.m. time frame, storms look like they could start to redevelop. And so at that point, and again, the severe weather threat will be a little bit more limited, but that's really when the really heavy rainfall starts. Still going to have frequent lightning, so you could wake up to some rumbles of thunder in the morning as well. So there's going to be that possibility that you see some pretty heavy rainfall tonight going into tomorrow morning. But at least right now at things we're looking at severe weather-wise, there is a little storm that's going to be to the west of you, west of Sulphur, west of Ardmore, closer to really not quite passing 35 just yet. Not super worried about it. If we did get some hail right now, it's not even being warned for anything. So we'll continue to watch that closely. Chad said, looking at Hera. Yes, Hera is actually in this severe thunderstorm warning. They just took it out, Chad. As soon as I zoomed in on this, hey, they just took it out. So no longer in the severe thunderstorm warning. You can see where this warning goes now. Still areas like pink, you're not technically in severe thunderstorm warning, but this is moving more towards the south. You can kind of watch this track and see where this has been moving. So it's moving more towards the southeast. And hey, look at all these hail reports that we're getting now. And as the storm pushed through, 1.75, 2 inches, 1.75, 1.5, 1, 1.5. Talk about a lot of hail reports coming in now on the east side of Oklahoma City. Here's where that hail core still is right now, where you're seeing these pinks and these purples. That's going to be that hail that is moving away from Oklahoma City. So again, here's Oklahoma City up here. Originally, this hail came all the way across. It started near Yukon and went through Bethany. Really cooked just a direct easterly path across. It missed areas to the north, so like the Village, Edmond. You did not see this larger hail. It really was near Yukon, Bethany, kind of even south of those main cities. It was a long, really this line right here that you can see, and that's really where some of these hail reports started. And then it started to take a path here, a changing path, and ended up going over Midwest City. And then now it's moving more towards the southeast. So Bethel Acres, you're not in this warning right now. I wouldn't be shocked if you come in another one if they do decide to issue another one, pink as well. We still have about 8 minutes left on the severe thunderstorm warning. So here is the area that we're watching for closely. Again, where you're seeing these pinks and these reds, that's going to be the hail threat right now. And it's slowly dwindling, but we're not quite there just yet. Okay, Homer, let me stop sharing this screen really fast with you guys. I'm going to put myself up here. There we go. And then I'm going to jump over really quickly, and I want to show you guys tomorrow's kind of threat, tomorrow's area. Let's see if we can share this with you guys really quickly. I got a lot of tabs over here, guys. I got a lot of tabs. Okay, I'm going to share this with you guys. Cool. I don't know if I can zoom in on this a little bit more. Apologies. I probably could have tried to get this a little bit bigger. Okay, so San Antonio, you're going to be more in this brown shaded area right now. So where we're talking categorical outlook, you're in a marginal risk for tomorrow. So that's that level 1 out of 5. It's going to be on the lower side of things. For tomorrow, definitely don't discount seeing storms. Okay. I don't want you to be like, oh, 1 out of 5. Cool. I'm done with that. Crazier things have happened in a marginal risk. So definitely still be staying weather aware, but you are in a marginal risk for tomorrow. There is a slight risk that's going to include areas like Midland, Odessa, Fort Stockton. If you're near San Angelo as well, Kerrville, you're going to be included in the slight risk for tomorrow. Abilene too. That's going to be that level 2 out of 5 risk. So that's that you're seeing. Then if you do the tornado probability for tomorrow, you can see that where it's that darker brown again, that 5% risk. That's an area that we'll have to watch tomorrow. So again, that's going to be more areas like San Angelo. You're going to be included. Kerrville, Brownwood, Fredericksburg, Abilene, you're all in that 5% risk for tornado probability for tomorrow. Wind risk is going to be in that area that's yellow, 15%. Austin, Abilene, Killeen, Midland, Odessa, you're all included in that risk area. So that's something that we'll be watching for tomorrow too. These storms are going to kind of, you see the storms where they are right now. We've been watching them from Western Texas, and then they're going to be moving to the east overnight tonight. So depending on how much energy these storms use tonight as they move to the east, then tomorrow we're going to kind of see the system our atmospheric system try to reset itself. And then in the afternoon, try to see some storms. Let me see really quickly if I jump over. I stop sharing my screen for a second and I can try to pull up maybe what we call the HER. It's a futuristic model. Let me see if I can pull that up for you guys really quickly. If you guys have any other questions, please let me know. Beverly said, this storm different, never hear one like this. Are you talking about the storm in Oklahoma? Is it sounding different? Is it really loud? Lots of lightning? Because if you guys were on earlier, our meteorologist Taylor Cox, she was actually chasing some of these storms. And guys, when I tell you, she was seeing so much lightning when she was sharing her video with us. It was crazy to see how much lightning she was getting in some of these storms. It was really bizarre. So if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't doubt that at all. That's crazy that there was so much. I mean, there's a lot of lightning in these storms too. Still 28 people on. Thanks guys for watching with us. If I have missed anything, please let me know. Okay, really quickly, I'm going to share kind of this futuristic look at storms for tomorrow. And then we're going to go back and look at the radar really quickly in Oklahoma City and these storms tonight. If they allow this warning to expire as this moves away from Oklahoma City, we're likely going to just put the radar back on here. So if you want to keep watching that radar, see if we get any new severe thunderstorm warnings, just watching them for the next several hours. By all means, please continue to watch that. We are going to hop off myself. I think Taylor is already heading home too as well. She's been out kind of chasing some of these storms for us tonight. We're going to get off. We're going to let the radar do its thing. And we're going to start scouring the internet to see some of these hail reports. Hey, can we see some of this hail in person? How large was it? Were there any cool videos out there that we can share with you guys tomorrow? That tornado warning that we heard earlier, hey, did anyone actually get that on video? I would love to know. So we'll definitely be looking for that. Okay, let me screen. Justin said, I'm out here now. Big time light show going on. Justin, I bet that is so cool to see that light show. Oh, Taylor actually just joined back on. Let's see where Taylor's at now.
Mikayla,
Thanks,
I was driving home. Hey, I told you I would drive that path that I knew that there was hail. And let me tell you, remember earlier, whenever I told you, we've got these green trees right now that you can see right above me. The hail, what it does is as it comes through these trees, it just shreds them. So what you're looking at right now, this is the road, and it is covered in these leaves that the hail has completely shredded. This is the road. I mean, it used to be no leaves at all. The hail came through, and you can see where it knocked down all of these leaves. I want to show you and take you over to the grass. Now, it's been a while since it has hailed, but do you see this white stuff in the grass? That's hail. It looks like a snow cone out here. Take a look at this. Obviously, this has melted significantly since when it originally fell. However, we still have hail on the ground right now. It looks like you just dumped an entire ice machine out in this yard. Okay, let me show you more. Very small
That's
pieces.
crazy.
Yeah, I mean, there's leaves everywhere. There's hail everywhere. It is absolutely fascinating. If it was any warmer, we may be getting hail fog. However, I haven't seen any yet. I'll continue to drive this area as we go into the or I guess the late night hours. We are now into the late night right now. But yeah, take a look at how much hail there was. Holy moly. I mean, it's just, this is kind of melted all together now. But this, I assume a while ago, was everywhere. It looks like it snowed out here. We've got
Show
tons
it
of
a little
hail.
bit closer to it, Taylor. It's really cool. In some of this hail, you can actually see what the really fascinating thing about hail too is you can see in some of these hailstones like that they went up and down in the atmosphere. So they were still light enough. They got picked back up, and you can see kind of how they started. And then those rings get a little bit larger and larger on the outside. Isn't that so cool that you can see that maybe it started off at penny size, but then it fell as maybe quarter size hail or largest. And then yeah, we talked about that too on our live stream earlier, that the hail size that we were seeing, it was saying maybe 2 inches, but that actually could have been just a lot of smaller hail just falling in clumps like this. Taylor's actually seeing some of that now. That's crazy that you're getting this view.
Let me shine my light. Okay, so you can see it a little bit better here. Shine my light right here. And then I'll give you an example of what Mikayla was talking about. I'm not quite sure how well you can see that there, but I can see the rings that you're talking about. I'm going to try to give you like different views from the light here. I tried to pick out some of the bigger hailstones in here, but yeah, you can absolutely see the rings of some of these hailstones. I mean, there are so many, and it's everywhere. You can see the impacts from hail. Holy moly. I mean, it really does. It looks like you just dropped hundreds and thousands of snow cones out here. And this is after, again, it hailed a while ago. This is after it's melted. So it's melted pretty significantly, and we still have a ton of it. I'm sure this was very loud and very, very impactful for the people who live in these surrounding neighborhoods.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Taylor, for showing us that. I was just blown away when you showed us just the roadway to see all of the green there. But then, yeah, you started picking up this hail, and the fact that this is probably 30 minutes ago or so that this hail really was falling, and you still have hail. I mean, that's a quarter size right there, it looks like. And that was,
Yeah, I mean, and that's melted.
yeah, that's melted. That's 30 minutes ago. So this hail was larger as it was falling, but even then it was falling in huge clusters like this together, which is also damaging. That's really crazy to still see how much hail is still located in some spots.
Yeah, it's really, really impressive. And Mikayla, I know that you've been on all night long. So I know that you were talking about leaving the radar up earlier. But hey, you guys, we're still going to be going live. I'll be out here as I drive this route and drive the impacted areas. I'll go live every now and then. So make sure that you follow our social medias, because whenever I do go live, you'll be the first to know about it. As Mikayla heads off and rests her voice a little bit, because it does take a lot to do all of this talking for so many hours. I'll make sure that you guys are informed as we head into the evening hours. But we've already seen, I mean, here's what I did, Mikayla. I pulled up the HailTrace app and I said, let me just walk and drive this path. And I immediately ran into this area with just so much hail on the ground. So I'm going to continue to do that. I'm going to jump off of here, continue to do that, and keep you guys updated throughout the rest of the late night hours.
Thank you so much, Taylor. Again, we'll be looking forward to seeing more reports from you. And again, even if I'm not on here, if you still want to keep watching the stream, like Taylor said, she's going to be jumping on here periodically to give those updates. So even if you're on here just hanging out, maybe to try to see the radar, see some of these updates as they're happening, Taylor's going to be up here again, giving you these live looks to show you where she's seeing some large hail. And as long as I'm still on here too, we'll be bringing her back on every time she's kind of joining us. Thank you so much again, Taylor. That was crazy to see, guys. All of that green, even on the road. I thought she was looking at the grass originally, but no, that was all the leaves from the trees because of how much hail we've seen tonight. And then again, that was 45 minutes ago that some of that hail was falling, and she was still able to find quarter-size hail. You could see again when those hailstones go up. So how hail is formed is it kind of starts off with these tiny little parcels, and then it starts to freeze as it gets up higher in the cloud. Well, then it starts to get heavy enough and it falls down, but we have these things called updrafts. And as these storms get bigger and bigger, these updrafts get a lot stronger. And when that happens, the hail just goes up and down and up and down, and it collects more water, it freezes, it falls, and it goes through the cycle until it truly does get too heavy, and then eventually it falls out of the cloud. So that's how you see some of those rings, is just showing how many times that hail went up and up and up and around before it actually got out of that updraft and was able to fall down. So really cool to, again, be able to see that, and awesome that Taylor was able to share that with you guys. So like we've said multiple times tonight, please like, subscribe this too, so you guys can be aware of things that are happening. But if you were able to capture video as this hail was falling, have pictures a little bit closer to when this hail was first hitting the ground, please share those with us. That helps us with our ground truth. As Taylor was saying, she's going through the path now that I've mentioned multiple times tonight too, that our meteorologists have been mapping the storm as it's been happening from beginning to the end. Basically, they've been mapping the storm. So she's been following along that path to see where some of that larger hail was, and she's still seeing those impacts now. So if you were a part of that path too, send us some of those hail pictures, those hail videos. That helps us to have that ground truth to know exactly how large that hail was falling when it originally was. Okay. Jumping back on Homer, let me know if you're still on here. If you're still on here, we can talk a little bit more about the timing for storms tomorrow. I know a few people have asked about storms tomorrow. There is a slight risk, again, that 2 out of 5 risk for tomorrow that includes a lot of portions of West Texas, areas like Midland, Odessa. We talked about Fort Stockton. We talked about San Angelo. We talked about Fredericksburg, Kerrville. Doesn't include San Antonio. I know that's originally where he was asking earlier for that slight risk. San Antonio, Austin, Houston, they're all going to be in that marginal risk, that level 1 out of 5. Doesn't mean you still shouldn't be paying attention to the weather, though, for tomorrow. So Diego, while I was chatting with Taylor, said anything in Lubbock. Not anything in Lubbock really tonight. A lot of the storms have been south of Lubbock. However, we could see some storms that start to develop kind of more in the overnight hours. I don't think the severe weather threat really for Lubbock is going to be much longer for today. If there were threats for Lubbock, it's going to be more tomorrow, that they're going to have a possibility of seeing maybe some hail in the afternoon. So we talked about especially areas like West Texas today. We had storms tonight. Now they're pushing off towards the east. As they're doing that, they're still using some of that available energy in the atmosphere. But really, once they're done using kind of that energy, we're going to have a chance to reset the atmosphere some tomorrow. So there's going to be storms that are going to be in play tomorrow afternoon too, especially in West Texas. Originally, like some of those storms tonight, hail, isolated tornado threat is going to be what we watch closely tomorrow. And then we'll kind of pivot that risk a little bit more too. And we're going to see that turn into a wind risk, and then also flash flooding. Hey, if you guys didn't know, there is the potential for flash flooding tonight, Friday, Saturday as well. Tomorrow's risk extends from Tulsa, Oklahoma City, down into the Dallas area, down to Kerrville, Fredericksburg, areas that were already hit by flooding earlier on this year, especially area down there in the hills country. It does not take much rainfall to start to see some flash flooding. So if you're in one of those areas, again, with this rainfall moving in tonight and tomorrow, definitely make sure that you're staying weather aware. If you do find yourself in a flash flood warning, get uphill as fast as possible. You don't want to just linger because, again, flash flooding can happen very quickly, and in a short amount of time, you could be caught in very quickly moving water. So that's also something that's worth watching for tomorrow. Diego said, thank you for your response. Absolutely, Diego. Thank you for staying on. Do you guys still want to see tomorrow's risk really quickly, or can we jump back to radar from tonight? We want to check in on where our storm is of Oklahoma City. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning for anyone watching. It does include Pink now. It does not include Shawnee yet. If this were to stay together, it's going to head towards Shawnee, Tecumseh, Brooksville, eventually your area too. So this new severe thunderstorm warning it expires in 38 minutes. We're still seeing winds that have picked up too within this storm. So that's something that we're watching. And then they're still tagging this for up to 2-inch size hail possible. So again, lime size hail, hen size hail. That's some pretty large hail still. We just saw Taylor showed us some hail that wasn't even that size, but it clustered up when it was falling. And that's still really impactful. You saw how it completely ripped those trees, ripped the leaves right off of those trees. So definitely going to watch for that. Okay, since no one specifically said they want to see tomorrow's risk, I'm going to go back to sharing the radar right now, if you guys are okay with that. And then if we need to at some point go back to showing something else, we can also for sure do that. Let me pull up my radar here for you guys. I don't know if you guys can hear outside my house. I'm going to actually pull up my own radar really quickly. So I live in Tulsa still right now. And you guys, this is the craziest thing. I just heard thunder. There is not a storm near me for 45 miles, but lightning can strike ahead of a storm. And I just heard some thunder from my house. Talk about how insane that is. That's pretty gnarly. There's some lightning again that's striking ahead of these storms that are heading towards Tulsa. That's pretty bizarre. So I just heard thunder and I was like, there's no way these storms are already to my house. They're not. But the lightning is striking so far in advance, I'm actually able to hear it right now. Hey guys, let's look at this. Holy cow. Look at this storm report. This is 3 inches, 3-inch hail. Do you guys know how large that is? That's bigger than a baseball. Bigger than a baseball size hail that was reported tonight. Wow, that hail is huge. This one's 2.25 inches. That's roughly around a tennis ball. So we've had some really large hail that has fallen, is still falling. Hey, here's this new severe thunderstorm warning like we talked about. You're still seeing these pinks. You're seeing these purples. That's going to be where this larger hail is. And you're also able, do you guys see this little thing that says not able to share screen? Or is that just me? Hopefully you guys aren't seeing that because I'm sharing my screen, I think, with you guys right now. Flight Girl Tracker said, good evening, Mikayla. Hey, thanks for joining us. And again, there's still 29 people on right now. If you're just now joining us, let us know where you're watching from. If I need to repeat and talk about an area, please let me know. If you guys have been with us for a while, thank you for sticking around and watching us tonight, wherever you're watching from, Facebook, YouTube, if you're on Twitter, wherever you're watching. Again, we really appreciate you guys jumping on. She says, I live in Columbus, Ohio. Can you check in Columbus, Ohio? Sure. We'll check in Columbus in just a second. We're going to kind of finish our update here with this severe thunderstorm warning that's moving out of Oklahoma City right now. And then we will absolutely check in Columbus, Ohio. I don't think you have any storms right now, but we will definitely take a double check of that. Okay, here's the severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this goes for roughly about 35 more minutes. So severe thunderstorm warning was located southeast of Oklahoma City. It's moving to the southeast at roughly about 20 miles per hour, and it's still being warned for up to 2-inch size hail. So again, that's around a lime-sized hail, larger than golf ball, larger than ping pong. Large hail has been falling across Oklahoma for tonight, and especially the Oklahoma City metro, where there's a lot of people, very populated part of Oklahoma. That's where some of this larger hail has been falling. So here is this severe thunderstorm warning. Pink, I think this storm is going to mainly move to the north of you. At least right now, that's what it's looking likely. And I want to show you over here too, kind of zoom in. You're seeing these greens and this reds here on this top right part of your screen. That's these winds picking up too. So again, I'm not really concerned about the tornado threat necessarily within this storm, but these winds are really starting to pick up too. So when you have stronger winds and you have large hail, wind-driven hail can also be extremely damaging, even if it's smaller, even if you're talking about maybe the size of a ping pong ball. Typically, you're like, okay, that's not going to really do that much damage. But now if you're talking about a ping pong being thrown with 70, 80 mile per hour winds, that's going to do a lot of damage. So we're watching that also very closely here too, because you can see we have these greens and these reds. That's indicating that, again, these winds are picking up even too. Here's our newest severe weather or severe thunderstorm warning. Cut out McLeod, cut out Dale. You are no longer in the severe thunderstorm warning. Bethel Lakers, this is moving right towards you. Shawnee, Tecumseh, Brooksville. If you are not in your safe place yet, if you've not moved your car just yet, now is the time you need to do that because you are not currently included in this severe thunderstorm warning. You very much likely will be here shortly. If this continues to hold its strength, if this continues to stay together, you are going to be next included in this severe thunderstorm warning. So we can see Eco says from Pink here, hey, thanks for joining us from Pink. I think in Pink currently you were doing okay unless this decides to take just a directly southern track like it did earlier. Right now it's still moving more southeast. So I do think Pink for the most part is going to stay okay. If you're on the north side of Pink, you may get a little bit closer to seeing some of this hail, but truly it's moving closer to Bethel Acres right now. But you can still see these bright pinks, these bright purples. That's some larger hail that's falling. Radar indicating right now about 1.5 inches. So that's going to be about golf ball size hail. But we have had reports of larger hail that's fallen from this storm system tonight. So definitely be aware of that. Flight Girl said, I'm watching from my computer on YouTube. Your voice is so pretty. Oh, well, thank you. My voice sounds so rough right now. I've been talking for about 2 hours now, and my voice is not used to continuously talking for 2 hours like this, so it's getting very scratchy, but I appreciate that. Let's move really quickly to Ohio. I'm trying to remember how to get these views. Let's click over here maybe. Hey, now we're getting somewhere. Okay, click here. Moving. Try to get closer to Columbus. Eventually, I'm going to make it to Ohio. Okay. Columbus, Ohio. I don't think you guys have anything to worry about right now. Things are nice and dry. Nothing is showing up on the radar. You may get some storms maybe in a few days, but right now things look pretty clear for you. So that's great news. If you're watching from Columbus, you should sleep good tonight. You should sleep good tonight and know that things won't be too bad. So that's good to know. All right, jump back to Oklahoma. Someone else said they're watching from Odessa. Odessa, hello. Let me show you Odessa really quickly. Midland, Odessa, you had severe thunderstorm warnings earlier. You no longer have severe thunderstorm warnings, so that is great news, Roger. I think, Roger, maybe you were watching earlier. Let me go look really fast. Okay, so here is Midland, Odessa. Midland, Odessa right now, you have rain still for sure. You might still be hearing some lightning, seeing some lightning, hearing some thunder as well. But currently, you have no severe thunderstorm warning. So again, this is where we're looking. Here's Odessa right here. You have some heavy rainfall possibly right now, especially areas to the south side of town with some of these yellow and red reflectivity. Closer to Midland and the radar too, you're going to see some of these yellows, some of these reds. So that's going to be more of that heavy rainfall, but there's no hail being reported out in some of these storms out in West Texas. I do want to highlight to you guys that Snyder, Colorado City, all it's going to be closer to Big Spring too, just to the east of you. This is a new flash flood warning. This is going to go for the next 3 hours and 1 minute. Local law enforcement reported thunderstorms are producing very heavy rainfall. Between 1 inch and 1.5 inches of rain has already fallen. The Snyder Fire Department reported flooding on area roadways in Scurry County. So that means flash flood is ongoing, or they're expecting flash flooding to begin shortly. So if you were in this area, again, Snyder, Texas, Dune, Colorado City, Westbrook, Vincent, you want to especially be aware of, I think we read this again, that the Snyder Fire Department, yes, the Snyder Fire Department reported flooding ongoing in the roadways in Scurry County. So remember, we talked about tornadoes, we talked about hail, we talked about wind being a really big threat tonight, but really, truly, the biggest threat over the next several days is going to be the potential for flooding. Tonight, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, there is going to be the potential for flooding each and every day because there's a lot of moisture available within these storms, so they're going to drop a lot of rainfall in a very short amount of time. That creates ponding on roadways, that creates creeks to rise really quickly, especially in areas in western Texas, southwest Texas, and the hill country. Again, they're very prone to seeing flash flooding when they get some of these heavy rainfall rates. So friendly reminder, if you ever find yourself in a flash flood warning, quickly go to higher elevations if you can. Don't just turn it off and ignore it, because truly waters and creeks can rise within minutes. So that's why it's really important too. And even if you're in your location and you're like, okay, well, I'm not even seeing rain, there could have been really heavy rainfall up to the north of you, and that's causing that flash flooding to quickly move downstream towards your location. So if you get one of those alerts, always be sure that you're paying attention to that and staying weather aware. All right, back near Montague. I'm from Texas, and I don't even remember how to say this. Here's our flash flood, or excuse me, not a flash flood. Where's the nearest radar? Fort Worth. Here's the newest. There's a severe thunderstorm warning up here. And okay, so you guys can see this is a severe thunderstorm warning right here. But these storms also back behind it look like they have some pretty decent hail. Quarter-size hail reported in this one. Close to quarter-size hail reported in this one. We could still get some severe thunderstorm warnings back through Archer City, Throckmorton as well. Seymour, this is mainly to the south of you now. But this is going to be moving more towards the Fort Worth, Dallas area. I think a lot of this might be on the north side, but it's moving slowly to the southeast. So Gainesville, you could be seeing some of this too. Decatur, eventually Graham overnight tonight, you might see some of this. I truly think Dallas, you might be in the clear right now if anyone's watching from Dallas. So far, you're good. But yeah, watching this area right here too for a few more severe thunderstorm warnings possible tonight. Here's the one right now. You can see, again, it's going to be Belcherville, Montague County. Montague, so it would be Montague County. There we go. I'm slowly remembering. Sweet. Someone just said I'm watching from Tulsa. I am also in Tulsa. Hey, did you hear that thunder here a few minutes ago? Crazy thing. Our radar is all the way out here. It's going to be closer to Jennings and Cleveland, I believe. Yale, Bristow, Creek County, maybe Pawnee and Osage County too, if this will ever pull up. Oh, because I clicked the wrong one. We need to go to KNIX. Hold on, guys. Jared said, watching from Tulsa. Hey, Jared, thanks for joining us. I used to work in Tulsa. Maybe you recognize me, maybe not. Here's this line of storms right now. Again, none of these are severe, but you can see Pawhuska, Fairfax, Hominy, Pawnee, Cleveland, down to Yale, Cushing, all seeing some of this rainfall Stroud. If you're driving between Tulsa and Oklahoma City, especially right now, it's pretty wet here on the turnpike. Bristow, you're seeing some showers too. Kellyville down to more areas to the south. Seminole, you're seeing a few showers. Here's our still severe thunderstorm warning. This is what's caused us all of our headaches tonight in Oklahoma City. Is this severe thunderstorm warning that started on the west side of the city, closer to Yukon and Bethany, tracked directly eastward, and then now it's making more of a southern trend at this point in time. I want to jump really quickly here. Bob Ross said, I am watching for more. Anything else over here? Let's take a quick look at more. More, you are not seeing any severe thunderstorm warnings right now. That is fantastic news. But like we've mentioned a couple times tonight, just a good reminder for people. Here is more. Here's Norman. Here's Noble. So here's even Oklahoma City. Hey, you had your storm earlier. Look, it's over here now. You're clear right now. As we go into the overnight hours, around 1, 2 a.m., we could see storms start to redevelop. So at that point, we could see more storms tonight. I don't think we're going to have another repeat of what we had tonight. This was like those isolated storms that they go up. They were going to have the biggest hail potential. They were going to have the tornado potential. So we had that tornado reported in southwestern Oklahoma tonight. Just the large hail in Oklahoma City. But I say just the large hail. I mean, guys, we've had some reports of 3-inch hail. That's baseball-sized hail that was falling in Oklahoma City tonight. If you keep up with us at HailTrace, we do a forecast every single day at noon. And we talked about this today in our noon forecast, that there was going to be the chance for isolated large hail today, and that some of these storms could potentially produce some pretty large hail, that they had to be isolated storms, that it wasn't going to be widespread. Everybody saw this really large hail, but that there would be some storms that had this possibilities. And of course, it had to go right over one of the largest metros in the area that it was of concern for today. So if you're in Moore, if you're in Norman, if you're in Oklahoma City right now, we had people watching from Edmond earlier, you're good right now. But storms could still redevelop tonight around 1, 2 a.m. And then more storms are going to move in. So you could wake up 3, 4 o'clock in the morning to hearing some thunder. At that point, I think it's just going to be heavy rainfall, maybe some frequent lightning. But we'll definitely keep a close eye on that point. Jared said, I heard the thunder. Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm live streaming from my house in the Tulsa area right now, and I heard thunder, and I was like, that's crazy. I pulled up my radar, and I was like, the storms are literally 50 miles from me, but the lightning is striking so far in advance that I was able to hear that. That was pretty bizarre. All right, guys, sorry if my voice is getting really scratchy. We've been doing this for almost 4 hours now, so my voice is kind of losing itself a little bit. Tomorrow will be really interesting when I go live. We'll see how scratchy my voice sounds tomorrow, if we have to do this again tomorrow night too. Bethel Acres, largest hail is right now over you currently. So I know we had someone watching from Pink earlier. Pink, you're really going to miss this. If I kind of play this forward, you can see where Pink is currently compared to everything else. Pink here, we'll put a little icon on you. Pink is right here. And that storm is, again, more to the northeast of you. However, if you were in Bethel Acres, again, look for the little red icon. Hey, here it comes right over the top of you right now. We're still seeing some pretty decent sized hail You see some of these pinks and some of these purples. That's going to be that larger hail that's falling. So still getting some hail reports as this has been moving to the south of around an inch. So that's quarter size hail. Shawnee, Tecumseh, Brooksville, like I've mentioned, you are not currently in this severe thunderstorm warning. This one will end in 24 minutes. The storm's moving to the southeast at about 15 miles per hour, but this could get extended. And Shawnee, you might not get included in this warning, but Tecumseh, Brooksville, you definitely might. Anybody else have any questions? There's still 28 of you on. Thank you for watching. Again, if you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Facebook, please like this video. Subscribe to us if you're not already subscribed to us. We go live every day at noon. If you guys want to watch more about tornado reports and hail reports and just fascinating things in the weather, we talk about weather all the time here at HailTrace too. We talked about atmospheric rivers yesterday. We're talking about flash flooding tomorrow when we do our noon forecast and why it's so impactful. So if you guys aren't subscribed to us, please make sure that you do that, because we are a weather company. We love to talk about all things weather, and we always have hail, wind, and tornado reports for our maps. So if you guys found yourself tonight being hit by maybe one of these storms, then you can at that point call us and we can try to work it out, get you guys a hail map. Bob Ross says, how is Midwest City right now? So great news for Midwest City. They're kind of out of this now, but hey, check this out. You can see Midwest City got rocked by some of this hail earlier. You're seeing some of our hail reports on here, 1.75 inches, 2 inch, 1.75, 1.5. That's large hail. Again, that's golf ball size hail. The 2 inches is closer to about that hen egg size. When you got further south past Midwest City, here's that we had that 3-inch hail report. That is bigger than a baseball. So very large hail fell across Oklahoma City tonight. And if you guys missed it earlier, one of our other meteorologists, Taylor Cox, she's been driving around Oklahoma City earlier. She was chasing some of these storms. Then she was showing us the ponding as this was moving through Oklahoma City, because it was raining so hard that it was causing ponding on the roadways. Then she was showing us the awesome lightning show that we were getting from some of these storms. And now she's been driving kind of back through that hail path, because again, here at HailTrace, we always have hail maps. Our meteorologists are mapping it as soon as it happens and continuing to map it as it's happening. So this storm is still being mapped currently as we speak. They've been adding some of these hail icons to it. They're still going to be adding hail icons as we go through the overnight hours tonight. So as soon as we get that kind of full map for you guys, we will share it with you guys too on our HailTrace socials. We talk about if it's a 1-star to a 5-star hail map as it gets higher up. Those 3 stars we usually post about, 4 stars mean that was very damaging, and then 5 stars are kind of rare things that we have. But that means, wow, that was a really impactful event. It went through a populated area. The hail was really large. Wouldn't be shocked if this is, one of those higher end hail maps that we see. Here is our warning. 1 in Oklahoma. 1 that is bordering Oklahoma and the Red River. Technically, it is still south of the Red River. Yep, there's that one currently. Then we have 2 flash flood warnings. That is all right now across the area. Still 28 people on here. Thank you guys for sticking it out with us for the long haul. I'm trying to stay on a little bit longer in case Taylor finds something else that she wants to show us. All right, guys. Just playing catch up. Got a lot of text within the last hour on my work phone from people talking about this stuff. It's been a wild night. Thank you guys again for joining us. It's been a crazy, crazy evening. I want to show you guys too where this hail is right now. That you're also seeing some greens and these reds. That means the winds are still picking up a little bit more. So it's getting windy between Pink and Bethel Acres. Within these storms for sure. Wind-driven hail, never a good thing. Oh yeah, wow, that is really windy between Bethel Acres and Pink. Let's see what I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at a different radar over here, guys. I want to kind of give you 2-point radar. This one is showing winds that are around 50 50, 60 miles per hour. So again, you got some of these stronger winds that start to kind of get associated with these storms and launch some of this hail that may not be as big in size. It's only being warned now for about 1.5 inches, so it's still right around ping pong golf ball size hail. But you got these winds that are closer to 60, 65 miles per hour. That's going to do some damage if you have even smaller hail, but that's being thrown in a storm. So there's Bethel Acres. Shawnee, you're starting to see more of this rainfall now. I think the hail is likely going to miss Shawnee. Tecumseh, I cannot say the same thing for you. But there's Shawnee right now starting to see more of this rainfall moving in. We'll take a zoom out really fast. Here's some rain that's extending back to the north. So Tulsa, you're going to start seeing this rain soon. Sapulpa, more parts of eastern Oklahoma. Hey, this is new. We have a new storm that just kind of popped up western Oklahoma, or not western Oklahoma, but back to the north. Going to be east of Hennessy, near Marshall. So north side of Guthrie, and that's going to be kind of moving back more towards I-35. So areas that already saw some rain earlier. This is what we were talking about. This main line was going to move through, but then we were going to have some storms kind of closer to midnight tonight, start to redevelop back to the south. So seeing some of that action maybe a little bit early, but that means the atmosphere is still pretty primed for stuff if we're still seeing that at this point. Going to stay on a little bit longer. This warning lasts for 17 minutes. I don't know if we'll stay on for the full 17 minutes because the hail size has gone down to about 1 inch, but we'll continue to watch this a little bit longer. Hey, do you guys have any specific questions while we're still on? Anything else that you would like to know? Anywhere someone's watching from specifically? No current questions. Sorry, guys, if that just popped for you. I accidentally meant to move my necklace around and accidentally grabbed my mic head. Radar indicated hail still around 1.5 inches, Bethel Acres. So, hey, but there are those winds. They're picking up still. Where those greens and those reds again have flattened, kind of looking more like a pancake. That is some stronger winds. So even if the hail's smaller, like we've talked about tonight, if the hail's smaller, but the winds have picked up, winds at this point are going to possibly, keep that hail being a little bit stronger. Well, if no one else has any pressing questions right now, I think I might hop off. We've been doing this for nearly 4 hours now. Thank you guys who joined us tonight. It was so nice to kind of talk with you guys. Does anybody else have any more questions before I get off tonight about tonight's storms, tomorrow's storms, anything else like that? Christopher said, what does the DFW forecast look like? Great question, Christopher. Let's zoom out really quickly, and you can go down to DFW right now and see. Here's Dallas. No storms right now impacting Dallas, but there are some storms that are more to the west of Dallas. So that's going to be something we watch tonight. If you're in the DFW area, these storms could get to you a little bit later. There's going to be storm chances tonight, and then there's going to be storm chances tomorrow. And if you're in DFW, I'm going to stop sharing my screen here for just a second, and I'll share a different one with you really quickly. Just to kind of give you this updated look for tomorrow. So let me share this other screen view with you really fast. Okay. DFW right around here. So tonight you're still seeing these storms moving through, getting some of that rain maybe to DFW, but really it's going to be more in the afternoon that we could see some of these storms start to hit. Here, let's go back and look at a different run of this. So that doesn't want to pull radar for us. That's interesting. All right, so there's DFW, maybe seeing some showers right around 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And then more rain starts to develop overnight. And then there's around tomorrow evening. This is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So tomorrow night, especially DFW, it's going to be more of your window to see storms. It's going to be Friday, like mid-afternoon to mid-evening, and then the overnight hours heading into Saturday. And then you can see this stays pretty wet even as you go into Saturday morning. It turns into like a little low pressure system sits over Oklahoma. So then it's just going to spin. And then more storms are kind of developed to the south of it Saturday afternoon. So that's something if you're in DFW, just to keep your eye out for that. There could still be some storms tonight. I don't think the severe weather chances are going to be as high tonight for DFW. Tomorrow is going to be the better chance tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening for DFW for storms. Any other questions? Perfect. Well, thank you guys again who jumped on tonight. I know there's still 19 of you guys. We're going to go ahead and end the live, I believe, now. There's only 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. Chad said Midland, Odessa really fast. Let's go back to Midland one more time really quickly, and then we are going to get off for tonight. Midland, again, you are kind of out of the woods for today. Really, a lot of this is wrapped up for you tonight. And then tomorrow, you're going to have chances to see some rain again. So let's quickly, last time, wide view. Here's your severe thunderstorm warning in Texas, Montague, and you can see Nacona. Here's your severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma, Bethel Acres, Shawnee, Tecumseh, not included. This still has about 12 minutes left. If they issue another severe thunderstorm warning, Tecumseh, Shawnee, Brooksville, you're likely going to be included in that next one. Line of storms back. You can see through West Texas, Archer City, that hail looks like it might be a little bit larger than, it's right around an inch, so it's around quarter size, sub-severe hail still, but wouldn't be shocked if maybe you get another severe thunderstorm warning at this point. These storms are trailing back, and then this is where we have flash flood warnings right now. Areas back towards western Oklahoma, West Texas. So you can see areas like Snyder, Colorado City. That's where we have a flash flood warning. The fire department out there actually reported flash flooding in the roadway. So remember, if you see water covering a road, turn around, don't drown. Here is Midland and Odessa. Rain tonight is wrapping up. You don't have anything severe right now. You could be hearing the occasional rumble of thunder, but not really dealing with anything else. Tomorrow, you're going to be under a slight risk. That's a level 2 out of 5 risk. You're going to have more storm chances in the afternoon. Really around 2, 3 o'clock. I think some of those storms could develop in the afternoon and they continue through the evening. Best chance will be kind of like today. Isolated storms starting off are going to have the better chance for large hail and potentially a few isolated tornadoes. And then this is going to form a line overnight heading into Saturday morning, late Friday night into Saturday. And for anyone else who has specific questions about the forecast for tomorrow, please join us live at noon. Again, every single day, Monday through Friday, HailTrace goes live at noon on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching us on Facebook, we're live there as well. However you're watching this tonight, we will also be there tomorrow at noon. We do a noon forecast every single day, Monday through Friday. We show you what the previous day's storm reports look like. We talk about that day's storm reports, the impacts, who's going to be impacted, the timeline. We'll talk about the flash flooding threat as we head towards the weekend. We'll talk about Tropical Storm Melissa. That's likely going to become a major hurricane by the end of this weekend into early next week, and how that could impact Jamaica. So we have a lot to talk about in that forecast for tomorrow. Please join us again at noon, and we can answer more questions for you at that point, especially if it's about tomorrow's forecast. Once we get more updated information, see how long these storms kind of last tonight, how much of the energy in the atmosphere they use. That'll be a good telltale sign too for how storms are going to look tomorrow. So we'll have a better idea first thing tomorrow morning. And then again, when we have that noon forecast for you guys tomorrow, we'll have up to the date information about those impacts, the timelines, all of that stuff for your Friday storms as well. As you can see, Thursday night storms are kind of wrapping up. We've been doing this for 4 hours now. So if you guys were a part of this for the last 4 hours, hey, thank you so much for being on with us. And we will see you guys back tomorrow during the noon forecast, live again at noon. And then if we have storms tomorrow night again in western parts of Texas, if this moves closer to, populated areas, the Dallas metro, stuff like that too, we'll be sure to jump on at that point as well. Have a great night, guys. Thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and jump off the stream, but we will see you guys back tomorrow.